How do I get this to work? Is that working? Is that on? I don't know if that's on. I'm hoping that that is on. Hello, wow, holy shit, there's like 55 people here. When did you guys turn up? You guys beat me to my own live stream. That's impressive. You guys beat me to my own live stream. Okay, cool. Right, I'm not used to people actually being here at the start of a stream, so I usually do like the setup first, but I couldn't do that today, and I have a pounding headache. So if I seem kind of out of it, then that would be why. And thank you so much, Phil. I like it very much, and I have seen your messages. I just got them on my phone, and then I had to come do this stream. So I'm not ignoring you, I promise. Oh, God, my head hurts so bad. Oh, wow, 80. Holy 90. You guys are coming out of the fucking woodwork tonight, aren't you? Hello, hello, hello. Oh my goodness, there are so many people here. This is kind of slightly alarming. Yeah, I decided to go to the green and purple. We found out here the other day that hairdressers aren't going to open till at least July 4th. And my roots are down to here. So we kind of figured I may as well just dye it half green because it's going to take so long till I can go to the hairdressers again. So I just have to kind of sacrifice this entire top section of my hair, and I just dyed it green. Is the UK still accepting mail? Yes, as far as I know, we are. I got a few things to the PO box last week, I think. Oh, ring light is making my headache worse. Oh boy, right. I have taken painkillers and stuff. It's one of them days. It's one of them days. Oh, thank you so much, Phil. Yeah, I wanted to do this the other day because I don't know if you remember me doing it. I used to do this when I was at uni. I used to have half purple, half green, but my hair was just green. So I was like, you know what? Let's do this. Let's actually make it work. Oh, I'm just gonna keep drinking water. How do I explain witchcraft to a hardcore atheist? With difficulty. I don't know. I tend to simplify it down to, God, my brain is like mush today. I tend to simplify it down to the idea that we manifest what we choose to manifest. And some people do it through positive affirmations. Some people do it through prayer. Some people just do it through hard work. Some people will use energy and magic. And it's about we are choosing to affect change with the processes that we undertake. It's probably the briefest way you can go about it. Although I have to say that trying to explain witchcraft to a hardcore atheist, the kind of atheist that's got their head stuck in the sand and they don't want to listen to anything, is basically not worth your time because they're never going to understand it or comprehend it or believe it anyway. So you can do what you can, but it's kind of difficult to do it. Oh, right, let's get my laptop. See, having all you people here is quite shocking because usually you guys aren't here yet. Usually it's just me sitting here with like 10 people. Right, let's see, where am I on this? 80% of headaches are due to lack of water. Yeah, my issue at the moment is that I spent all week doing the mystery box and I spent the rest of yesterday putting new stock on the website. So I've been staring at a computer screen for the last 5 days, and then the light has been all at the wrong angles and I have light sensitivity and cluster headaches, and now my head hurts. Can you make moon water any day of the month or only on a full or new moon? Is the energy just stronger on those days? You can make moon water whenever you want, depending on the phase that you want to work with. Most people do choose to work with the new moon and the full moon in their moon water, mainly because they're opposing opposites. So then you only need 2 different types of moon water and you get 2 polar opposite energies. You can really make it whatever phase you fancy. But most people will make it during those phases because they want either the positive, abundant energy of the full moon, or they want the cleansing, banishing aspect of the new moon. but you can really make it any point in the lunar cycle. It's really up to what you want to use it for. Oh wow, it bounced. That hurt my head so much more than it should have. Maybe take a bit of a screen break. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping to do after this. I'm just gonna sit and listen to music or something in the dark because ouch. But I don't want to let you guys down, so I'm here relatively on time. I was a couple minutes late. I'm probably going to get demonetized from that tiny bit of humming. Has anyone else listened to Machine Gun Kelly's new song? I'm fucking addicted to it. I've listened to that song literally on repeat for like the last week, and it's like burned into my brain. God, I've completely lost where I was. Can a goddess from a different tradition share the same attributes with another goddess? Well, actually, a lot of deities line up, whether they are from similar traditions. So you often find that the Greek and the Roman deities, they almost exactly line up. The mythology is different in most cases, and the name is different, but the attributes of the goddess or the god are almost exactly the same. So things like Neptune and Poseidon. You also find that spanning across most multi-deity religions. You'll often find that there are similar deities for the same thing in life, but they're called something different. You find that a lot of the time, so you can kind of track it across, Norse deities, Celtic deities, Welsh deities. You can track it down to the Greek and the Roman deities. Everything almost seems to line up. I think partially it's probably because people were connecting aspects of life to a deity. So you often find that there is almost always a deity of fertility. There's almost always a deity of the oceans or storms or the earth. They all line up one way or another. How do you get inspiration for your setup? It's so pretty. I don't. I just have a bunch of stuff and I just threw it onto shelves. Like, I'm missing half of this stuff. This stack of books is brand new. I still need to read them all. I literally just got a bunch of new decks in and new books. They need to be put up here. And then my Book of Shadows section is like half missing because they're here instead of up there. I don't. Honestly, I just threw a bunch of stuff together because, there's more up here. It's basically just everything that I had, I just threw into just one place. So this is the only section of my house that looks nice like this. The rest of it doesn't. So like this little arch, and that's it. So yeah, no inspiration there. I just stick it in. Oh my God, your makeup and hair reminds me of Jake Monroe. Oh, do you mean Jake Monroe? Ah, if that's the case, thank you very much. I love Jake. He's awesome. Right. I'm late. You're not that late, honestly. I was late to my own live stream. I was beaten here by about 100 different people. Would white willow bark help with your headache? I'm just going to stick to paracetamol. I have cluster headaches anyway because that's just me. I have cluster headaches anyway, and I have set my own headaches off by basically working nonstop for 4 days on my computer. So that was a foolish decision on my part there. If I leave bread for the Fae as an offering, how long should I be there, and what do I do with the bread after the offerings? That's entirely dependent on you and what you feel comfortable with, and also the spirits that you're working with. Ooh, breathe. If it's something that's like biodegradable, like bread, you can just leave it there and just let nature just take it. If you want to, you can spend time there. If you want to, you can just drop it off and leave. It really all depends on who and what you're working with and your own personal kind of view on it. Will we ever get the review of Hex Your Ex? Oh my, I have it. It's literally right here. And it can go back over there again. Let's put it that way. I filmed it and I partially edited it. And then as I was editing it, I went, I can't post this. This is too scathing. I can't post it. Like I try to find the good in every book. You know, there's always a positive in every single book. And although I could find positives in Hex Your Ex, I could find so few positives and the negatives were so extreme that I ended up hating it really bad. Oh my God, the sun just came out. like, like a vampire, I want to retreat back into the darkness again. It's so bright. Oh my God. Goodness. So I don't know what to do about it. I don't know. Should I put it on Patreon? Should it be for you guys that are the Patreon members? Should I don't know what to do with it. I don't know whether to put it on the channel because it's so scathing. And I don't ever want to put myself in a position where I might get sued. But I'm not being scathing without reason, you know. It's just a shit book. It's bad. It's probably one of the worst I've read, actually. Ever. Possibly one of the worst ever. Started my first hotfoot spell. Watched your video on it too, but I just wondered anything more I can do to make sure it works, please. Don't doubt yourself. It's probably the best advice I can give. Don't doubt yourself. Just trust in your own abilities, and that's the best way to do it. How are you coping with living in lockdown by yourself? I'm finding it really hard. Walks are helping, but starting to get so lonely. I'm a loner anyway. Anyone that knows me will know that it's difficult to get me to go outside and to see people and to meet up for coffee or to go hang out. I don't do people. I just don't. I'm automatically I'm an on my own kind of person. So that aspect is not an issue at all, really, because I'm playing my Animal Crossing and I'm watching lots of Netflix. I just started Scream Queens. Well, I say just started. I'm on season 2 of Scream Queens. So I get to watch what I want, do what I want, when I want, eat when I want. It's just my day-to-day life normally. And the only thing that does bother me is not being able to go out and see people when I do want to see people and not being able to see my parents because I usually see them quite a lot. But Skype is proving very, very good. I'm Skyping a bunch of people. I feel as though I'm seeing more people and interacting with more people now than I was before the lockdown, which is not the way it should be. But for me, it apparently is. That's just the way it's gone, apparently. Oh, it's going to bounce. It's going to bounce. Okay, it didn't bounce. I saved it. I salvaged it. Using incense to cleanse negative energy. Can you use any scent or does it need to be something specific? Well, you can use anything because it's the smoke that is doing the cleansing. So it's not going to give you as good a cleanse as if you're using like sage or something, but you can use any incense and use the smoke to cleanse. But if you do have any incense that's infused with sage essential oil or rosemary essential oil, Palo Santo essential oil, something like that, you can definitely do that. Wait, yes, my brain just, I lost all words then. You can definitely do it with just normal incense smoke if you wanted to. Blue light glasses are meant to help. Yeah, I need to get some at the moment. I don't want to go out and buy anything really. And I have a setting on my laptop that I use where it makes it yellow, the screen. So it hurts my eyes less. But honestly, this time it's just because I was awake till 4 last night, putting new stuff on the website and editing the website, adding up all the new items. And it takes its toll when you're constantly on the laptop working. And because I'm not going out so much anymore, that's definitely making it worse as well. Why not just turn the light off? Well, most of the lights are off. This is just sunlight, mostly. How can I perform a locator spell? You're gonna want to clarify that a little bit more with me, because that's kind of a huge range of spells that offer lots and lots of different things. Have you planned anything for the dark moon? Oh, no. I don't really work with the moon phases myself. I used to a lot, but at the moment I'm actually too busy. I am trying to work more during this time. I'm trying to be productive. And so I actually don't have anything planned at all, really. Although I probably should do a cleansing of some kind of at least items. I'm planning on cleansing my crystals soon, which is, I've not cleansed all of my crystals in one go, ever. I cleanse crystals just before I use them, but I'm planning on doing a big cleanse at some point. So maybe I'll do that during the new moon, dark moon phase. Or all those books based on witchcraft. All of these ones are, all of the row that has Maleficent on it, all of they are, well, they're decks, but they are, all of them are my books of shadows. And if I go up here, all of them are, so they are divination books and spell books and Wicca books at the end. And then it's herbalism books, generic witchcraft books, folk magic books, green magic, traditional witchcraft and folklore, books of shadows, decks. And then I have a few of my like new books that I need to read through on that shelf. And then this one down here is just novels that have been sat there for years and never get touched. Oh, so yeah, and then I have more books next to me. I've got a stack of books on the table. I've got books on the floor. And then I've got books on my other bookshelf in there that are just witchcraft books. I think I have a little bit of a problem. What are your opinions on cursing and hexing? I'm personally not for it, but I like to hear opinions. I'm fine with it. I don't care either way. I'm happy to do it. I'm happy to not do it. I'm happy if people choose to do it. I'm happy if they choose to not do it. I have a full video on morality of cursing and hexing on the channel where I talk a little bit more about my personal beliefs about the entire thing. But personally, I'm fine. If I need to do it, I'll do it. Is it my first choice? No. But if I absolutely need to, I'm fine with doing it if necessary. Any plans for Letha? Oh, wow. That requires me to know what I'm doing past tomorrow. No, I don't really have any plans at the moment for Letha. Usually I would go at least for a walk, but at the moment that's not looking so likely. So I don't know at the moment. Everything's up in the air. I tend to work out my plans for a Sabbath like on the day of. So yeah, I don't really have any plans right now. I was just told by another YouTube witch that intention isn't really that important. What's your opinion? I mean, I'm not going to counter another YouTube witch, but I personally feel intention is the most important thing, because if you don't know what the working is meant to be doing, why is it going to manifest? I don't know if they're referring to intention as being something different as I do. For me, intention is what you want the spell to be doing and the energy that you put behind it. So if you don't know what the spell is going to do and you don't know what you want it to do and you don't put the energy behind it, it's not going to manifest unless you're working with another form of working, like spirit work, for instance, where it's less about your own energy and intention and more about what you're asking them to do in return for offerings. But as far as I'm concerned, intention is exceptionally important, especially if you're wanting to do just force of will magic without any spirit work and you're just using your own energy. You really are going to need to know what you want the working to do. You can't just say, I want money and expect that's going to manifest. You need to, how do you want money? Do you want a job? Do you want to raise? Do you want to find something? Do you want a windfall? Do you want a bonus? Where is it going to come from? So that, as far as I'm concerned, intention is important. Personally, obviously every practitioner is going to be different, but if you set an intention or spell, how do you know if it's played out? And do you know to close it somehow? Well, if it works out, if it manifests, that's the easiest way to know if it's worked out. If you're working as manifested, then you know it's been successful. If you're doing a spell, realistically, you should... right, I'm getting rid of you, whoever you are. Go away. Literally just go away. How was I going with this? If you're doing a spell, you are finishing that spell in the process of doing it. So it's that unless you're doing like a long-term working, like a sachet or a jar, you are going to be releasing that energy in order to manifest it. So you release all of that spell's energy and then it's gone. And then you don't have to do anything with it. If it manifests, it manifests. If it doesn't, you might want to tweak what you're doing. If you're doing a long-term working, then you can close that working up. So if you've done a jar, for instance, say a sweetening jar, and that working is manifested, you can dispose of all the remains if you know you no longer want to use it anymore. Then you can kind of dismantle everything and take it apart. But if it was just like a one-off spell, it's just gone and you can just let it do its thing. Do, 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 do. Have you had any experience with Pan? Oh my goodness. Right. I'm going to say, I didn't say this at the start, but I'm going to say it now. And that is that every time I do these live streams, I work the questions chronologically. So if you've asked a question and I haven't got back to you instantly, it's because your question is down the list. It's so that I can get to everyone without missing out questions above it. So if I haven't got to your question, don't just keep repeating it, because I will get to it. It's just I haven't reached it yet. I haven't personally worked with Pan. It's not a deity that I've connected with. I have worked with similar deities, but not Pan in particular. I did catch down the Bard live. Yeah, I saw the first one that he did, and then I missed the next one or two, and then I saw the last one. I tuned in just as he started once he, but God, words today. I tuned in just as he started Cauldron Born, and then I watched for the rest of it. I absolutely love Down the Bard, so I have to try and get it every time. I've somehow gotten into Youngblood. Oh, that is a world has been opened up. I love Youngblood. I'm watching his stuff on YouTube at the moment. The vlog things that he's doing. They're really fun. Have you got any tips for working with the deity for the first time, in particular Hecate? Well, I personally have never worked with Hecate. She kind of scares me. But I would say know the deity, know some of the folklore behind them. Just try to learn as much as you can about them. That way you're well prepared going into it, because I know a lot of people will jump into working with a deity and they maybe don't realize what that deity is like. And then it's a bit of a shock to the system. So I'd say definitely kind of learn as much folklore and as much as you can about them beforehand. Wondering if you knew the difference between cottage witchcraft and hearth witchcraft. Is there even a difference? What's your opinion? Well, cottage witchcraft is a much older term. Hearth witchcraft was actually created by Anna Franklin. Where's her book? There it is. I've got it up there. Hearth Witch by Anna Franklin is a fantastic book to read on the subject. It really lines out cottage witchcraft and hearth witchcraft. For me anyway, cottage witchcraft is very much more kitchen magic. It's more about the home and the people within it, and it uses the more traditional techniques that you would find someone using at home. So things like kitchen witchcraft, green witchcraft, that kind of stuff. As far as I found, hearth witchcraft is more about the home, the hearth, the fire. A lot of hearth witches will work with Brigid because she is the deity of the hearth, at least within Celtic traditions. A lot of us will work with fire magic and elemental magic. There's not so much of a focus on kitchen witchcraft as there is in cottage magic. It's like a slightly different branch of it, a more modern branch of it. Do you have a strict schedule for when you do certain types of magic? Like I won't burn luck candles during a new waning moon unless it's an emergency. I don't personally. If anything, I am more strict on days of the week than phases of the moon. I really just do workings as and when I need to. And that's really how I work it. If I give myself too strict of a schedule, I end up never meeting it because always something else comes up, or I have a deadline to hit, or I have to edit all night, or I have loads of orders to get out. So I tend to find that it's better for me to slot my workings in as and when I need to do them. And if I have the time right there and then to do it, then I'll do it right there and then, rather than waiting for a time in the future where it's better. So I typically just do it as and when I need to. Is it bad I found my main goddess before the pantheon? Not at all. I mean, you don't even have to work with the whole pantheon if you don't want to. You can just work with a singular deity if you want to. Do you live alone? I do, yes. where am I? Is it dangerous or disrespectful to use positivity-aimed witchcraft practices like witch balls or herb-infused water for cleansing without the person being a witch or fully believing in witchcraft? That one is a difficult question to answer because it needs more context. As in, sorry, my brain is like mush tonight. So do you mean a person that isn't a practicing witch making these things? Or is this someone else has made them for them and they are then using it themselves? But it was a practitioner that made it. You might have to clarify on that one. I mean, it's always important to know what you're doing when it comes to witchcraft, but equally, if you don't know what you're doing, you're likely not going to get results anyway. So it's not necessarily dangerous. I will say personally that I find it a little bit of a kick in the teeth when you have people that don't believe in witchcraft and say that it's stupid, but do use witchcraft items, but simultaneously belittle the witchcraft community. That's the only time I ever find it disrespectful if a non-witch uses witchcraft items. It's not that they choose to use it, they go about it. If they are simultaneously disrespecting the practice whilst using the items, then is the only time I really have an issue with it. Is the water jug present in the room? Yes. Yes, it is. Here it is. The water jug is present. As is the Ali Reese ceramics mug, as always. Is there a deity that doesn't identify with male or female pronouns? I mean, I'd say probably most of them, you don't need to use male and female pronouns. And there are lots of deities that don't have pronouns. I mean, the Norse tradition has a huge amount of deities that don't represent pronouns. So that's something to look into. There definitely are a whole bunch. Do you have some techniques to start working with witches' balls? Oh, it bounced down to the bottom. I'm so sorry. I didn't even realize that it had bounced down to the bottom. And yeah, it did. I wondered why I'd caught up with myself. I'm like, damn, that was quick. But no, just me being daft. It bounced all the way down to the bottom. But I will answer the question that I just said. So any advice for scrying? I'm assuming it was scrying and crystal balls. Yes. Yes, was it? I don't know where it was now. Oh God, it keeps bouncing. At any techniques for starting divination with crystal balls, I would say if you start just by starting slow. I mean, if you already have a crystal ball, wonderful. I personally would say if you don't have a crystal ball, start scrying with fire and water because they're essentially free, and just see if it's something that you can really do. And then it's just about building up those skills. Don't get disheartened if you don't get anything the first try or the second or the third. You know, it's all about building that psychic ability that we all have, but maybe don't all tap into the same amount. So I'd say start slow. Start by trying to get your lighting right. Typically, people do it with candles or with moonlight or just dim lighting. It's going to be a case of trial and error to see what works best, and then just take it slow and just gradually build up those abilities. Have a notebook, write down what you're seeing, what you're smelling, what you're sensing, the things that you're getting while you're doing a scrying session, and then just progress from there. I think a lot of people get really disheartened when they go into scrying and they don't get what they want straight away. But it is one of the more complicated forms of divination because rather than being told the answers right in front of you, say in a tarot card spread or a rune spread, instead you are having to use your own psychic energy to really figure out what is going on in a situation. So it is definitely more difficult. So don't kick yourself if you don't get it like straight away. Wow, I need like a pair of sunglasses. That's what I need. Right. See, I know I was here and then it jumped all the way down to the bottom and I'm not quite sure how that happened. Have you read Psychic Witch and what do you think? I haven't read it, no. I don't know if is it a new release? If it's a new release, I tend to avoid it. I tend to get them after they've been out for a few years because I'm like that and I already have so many books to read Like, how many here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 books just there. I've got 2 in my living room. So I end up never being able to like catch up to the new releases. So I tend to just get them as and when I fancy reading them. I've been feeling paranoid lately, like everyone can read my mind. Any tips? I would say a good way of dealing with this is grounding yourself back down again and like centering yourself back within yourself so that you can begin looking inwards again rather than worrying about looking outwards. I have to say, when I get that paranoid feeling, I find that grinding, not what I meant, grounding and almost meditations and journey work is really helpful because it kind of gets you out of that headspace. It acts as kind of a trip away. So even though you might be stuck inside in quarantine, you're able to exit yourself so you're not like surrounded by these thoughts all of the time. Having trouble with the overwhelming amount of different correspondences. I know in a recent video you linked good books on the topic, but do you have any tips or tricks to remember it all? Honestly, I have no idea how to remember it all. I mean, for me anyway, it's always been repetition. I've always just been able to remember it because I have to recite it so often. So, the herbs for road opener or the crystals for confidence, like they're just stuff I have stored in different categories. And I suppose that could be a way of doing it is just start with a category, just look at good luck or full moon, or just pick something and just go over each of them. And for me anyway, I don't know if it's because I'm dyslexic or that's just the way I remember it. I tend to find ways to associate everything together. So I find links that attach different herbs and different crystals and different colors to different correspondences. And then when I think of that correspondence, I can link back all of the items that I've connected to it. So I remember it that way. Either that or just stick all in your book of shadows and then just constantly keep referring back to it. And the more times you read it and the more times you go back to it, you'll eventually get to that point where you just don't need to look at it anymore because you've got it all stored up here. So for a couple of months now, I've been getting the same name, Hecate, everywhere, dreaming of her, thinking of her when I meditate, but I have never worked with any deities. How would I approach it? So I'd say, same as I mentioned earlier, it's good to do research on her as a deity, what she relates to, what she connects to, the kind of offerings that you can leave, and then just start reaching out. Because if you're getting all of these kind of things lining up, it's likely that she's reaching out to you. So you always just have to push back. And you can do that by offerings. You can do that by reaching out to her during meditations. But I'd say it's always good to make sure that you're comfortable beforehand. So go over the folklore first, just to make sure that you're not getting into something that you don't necessarily want to get into. I listen to an audiobook. Oh god, no, I can't listen to audiobooks. Like, oh no. Oh, thank you so much, Emily. Whenever I receive an order from you, I always get this happy, lovely vibe from the package and opening all the items. Do you bless the orders as you pack them, or is it just a residual lovely vibe? It's actually, I think it's just residual. I tend to cleanse a lot of the things before they go in as well. So they just have their own energy rather than having the energy of everything else. And also, I'm usually very happy when I pack orders, which might be why as well. Have you ever seen American Horror Story and the season called Coven? Yeah, I've seen it. I like it at face value. I like it for it being a TV show. And that's it. And that I don't take things to heart when it's a TV show because it's a fake TV show. Like, as far as I'm concerned, if it was advertised as a documentary, I would be pissed. But it's not a documentary, it's a fantasy TV show. And so that's why I always get confused when people get really offended by Sabrina, The Chilling Adventures of Sabrina. People get really offended by it. I'm like, but why? It's a TV show. I think that the portrayal of the African American folk magics is exceptionally inaccurate, largely. I find that it's the same portrayal that you always see. European magic, good. African magic, bad. And I don't like that. but it's very difficult to shake that, especially within Hollywood and within television shows and media. It's very difficult to shake that stereotype. But the rest of the time, I'm not fussed because it's a TV show. I think people can take it a little too deep sometimes, especially in the witchcraft community. People can get, I don't like using the term, but people can get a little butthurt in the witchcraft community if a TV show doesn't portray them quite as they want to be portrayed. Just gonna like hide in the dark. I've got a bunch of people saying Patreon for the video. I can put it on Patreon. I mean, the video for Hex Your X is basically finished. I don't want to touch it too much because that's how I feel about it. The video is basically up, like it's edited and everything. It's just so I can always stick it on Patreon. Why do I have the theme song to Winnie the Pooh in my head? What is going on here? Oh, what is going on? I have the weirdest songs in my head. How long do your little pig candles normally burn for? Because I burned mine for a few weeks ago and he lasted for 13 and a half hours. Well, I can tell you, they don't normally burn for 13 and a half hours. With the little pigs, you're looking at about 5 to 6 hours usually. It really all depends on the environment and the temperature. If I was to burn a little pig in the middle of winter when my house is freezing, it would probably take about 7 hours. If I was to burn it in the middle of summer, probably about 5. 13 and a half hours. Yeah, that's a long time. That is a very, very long time. What's your zodiac sign? I am a sun Cancer, a moon Capricorn, and a rising Aquarius. Wait, you're playing Animal Crossing too? Yes, Phil. I got my Switch last week. Yes, I gave in and got one. You play Animal Crossing? Favorite part of the game? The entire game. I've been playing Animal Crossing since 2000. Like since it came over, since the original, the English version came over, I've been playing it. So my favorite part of Animal Crossing is Animal Crossing. I've not got that far into it yet. So if I see a single thing in the chat about Animal Crossing that's going to spoil it for me, I will just delete it. Yeah, I just love all of Animal Crossing. I always have. I've got every version of the game that's in English. I am obsessed with it. I knew this question would come up. I knew it would come up. This is why I have a stack of books next to me. And you know what the top book is? This one. The question is, do you have any recommendations for books understanding and working with familiars? This is amazing. This is The Witch's Familiar by Raven Grimassi. It goes over the multiple different varieties of familiars, about binding them, about forming contracts with them, about working with them. I really, really like this book. He's an amazing author. Unfortunately, he is no longer with us, but he has the most amazing books on magic. And this one is probably one of my favorites that he's done. I absolutely love it. Are you working on a book? I am, yeah. Yes, I have been working on it now for several months. I have 2 that I'm currently doing simultaneously, which is a lot of work, and I am a perfectionist. So every time I go back to it, I end up changing like everything. So I am working on it. It's just quite slow because I want it to be as perfect as possible. What's your opinion on charging moon water under both the full and new moon? Someone gave me shit for saying you don't do that, like pick one. See, I personally wouldn't, because they're polar opposites and you're almost countering it out, because one is for attraction, one is for removal. I mean, it really depends on your associations with the moon phases. There's no reason why you can't use oh God, where was I going? I read a comment and then I forgot what I was saying. Why you can't charge it under different phases of the moon. I just wouldn't use those 2 personally, but there's definitely no harm in doing it if that's what you choose to do in your own practice. Close the curtains, hon. The curtains are closed. That's how bright the sun is when it comes past. The curtains are closed. Why the theme song of Winnie the Pooh? That's what I want to know. I've not listened or watched Winnie the Pooh since I was like 8. So why I have that in my head, I'm not quite sure. I recently did a DNA test and it turns out I'm dominant part Celtic. Do you have any book recommendations about the traditions or magic of it? As far as York goes, because I don't know the area, I'm not going to be able to know the particular traditions or any really good resources for that very particular area. I'm trying to think. Do I have any just on here that I can look at? You've got Celtic tree magic. That's good, but it is working solely with trees, which is very specific. I don't know, because a lot of the books that you actually buy, a lot of the books that are available, they're all just Celtic magic. That's what most of them are. So almost every witchcraft book that you will find is predominantly Celtic witchcraft in one way or other. I don't know, unfortunately, off the top of my head. I can't think of any that is solely Celtic York witchcraft. It's a very specific amount. Location. You can tell how bad headaches affect Riconia. Do you use tarot cards? I do, yes. That in this bit is my decks here, and I have more on the table, and I have more down here. I do use tarot, yeah. Tarot, oracle. The only type of deck I don't use that is specifically designed for reading is Lenormand, although I am starting to look into that. What type of spell I should cast as a beginner? None. Might be considered brutal, might be considered harsh. If you're a beginner, I would not recommend casting any spell because all types of spells require an underlying level of knowledge that will manifest that working. And if you don't have that, then there's no point in putting the time and effort into doing a spell or a ritual if you're not going to get results from it. So if you're a beginner, I would always recommend not doing spells and just sticking to the education till you know what you're doing and you know what workings you want to do. How do you start going about shadow work? I have to say I'm not particularly good with shadow work, even myself. It's something that I still struggle with. But as far as I've found so far, the best piece of advice I can give for shadow work is write stuff down. Because it's all about processing the darkest bits of your memory and your past and your present that you don't necessarily want to process, but you have to. And sometimes you don't want to remember it. But to work through it, you have to remember it. So I would say if you can get a diary, get a notebook, make a Word document and write it down. And that way you can work through it as you're writing it out and rereading it again. And you can process it that way. I know some people do it just in their head. And I think that's kind of tricky because you end up almost repressing the bits that you don't want to process, when in reality, those are the bits that you really need to process the most. Are jar spells good for beginners? I'm going to, same as always, there's no working that is better for a beginner. They all require an underlying level of understanding. I would say that there are definitely some workings that are far more advanced. So things like spirit work, I'd say you need to take way more time processing first and learning first because that is tricky. But as with everything, you need that underlying level of knowledge. What age should you start your research practice? Well, that's kind of difficult because I started my practice before I started my research. So I was practicing since I was very, very small. And I started researching when I was about 9, 10. I started reading the books, like fully reading. Before that point, I was doing force of will, intention, magic without realizing what it was. And then I found out what it was through finding a book on the subject and then go from there. What's your favorite book you've ever collected? Mine is, it's right at the front there. Oh, wait. there for you guys. It's the orange one. That is High Magic's Aid by Gerald Gardner. I found it in an occult bookstore about 2 years ago now, I think. Maybe it was last year, actually. And I've never seen a copy of it, not that version of it anyway. You can buy the new printed version, but I've never seen another version of this in a bookshop before, and I managed to grab it while I was in there, and it's by far my favorite book in the collection. I mean, I've got some other old ones, but that one is really significant, mainly because it was really the first time that witchcraft was documented from a coven environment within the last couple of 100 years. There have been books on it in the past, giant manuscripts and tomes and stuff, but that is the first one. And the way it was written is just it's so unusual. The only way that he was allowed to write the information of the coven down was in a fictional book. So you read the books of it on Amazon and they're like, this book is terrible, this book is dreadful, the story doesn't make any sense. And they're kind of missing the point. The story isn't meant to make any sense. He just wasn't allowed to write the information down in a factual book. He had to make it fiction. So he wrote this entire weird, fantastical story just so that he could put in his actual magical practice in the book. So that one is definitely my favorite. What are your thoughts on the law of attraction? I think it is, it's a difficult one. I think it's way too simplified in, I'm going to describe it as Karen circles. I hope you understand what I mean by that. The Karens often very much simplify the law of attraction into just being something blasé and minimal. But it can actually be a very powerful process about lining up your mental state with the words you put out, with the actions that you do in order to bring things into your life that you want to manifest. I say it's essentially just a simplified variation of what a lot of people would consider to be magical practice. But I think now it's limited very much by the Karens of the world to something that's way more minimal than what it actually is. What herbs are best for healing? Wow, I mean, healing what? It depends what you mean. Do you mean magically? Do you mean medically? Because medical herbalism is a huge category in its own right, where almost every single herb has a connection for healing something. Even magical herbalism is crazy intense. There's so many different correspondences for so many different things. There's not just a few healing herbs. All herbs have the potential. It's just specifically what? What are your thoughts on COVID-19? It sucks. And I want it to go away now. And I want people to stop being stupid. Because the number of people that still were sitting in the park in giant groups passing beer bottles between each other was ridiculous. And it's still happening now. When you petition spirits or deities for help in a spell, do you give repeat offerings until the spell comes to fruition or just do it once? That entirely depends on what you're working with. Entirely. So different spirits will have different requirements of different things given at different times. Depending on the agreement that you're forming with that spirit, you might give an offering once at the end. You might give it on a certain day at a certain time. You might leave an offering out the entire time. You might give an offering every single day. It entirely depends on who you're working with. So there's no way to really generalize it. Every spirit, every deity is going to have slightly different requirements, and you're going to have to work it out with them as you're forming that agreement. God, the sun came out again. This is with all of the blinds shut. This is why this is my Bridget room. My Bridget altar is over there. And it's so sunny in here, it's like blinding. How long could a curse last? Curious. well, there's no known time for a curse that could last. There's lots and lots of tradition that use blood curses, whether they truly work the way that they say they work, or whether it's based largely on kind of fear and that underlying knowledge that maybe this might be real. It's kind of uncertain, but there is lots of written documentation of blood curses that are generational. There's lots of written documentation of curses lasting lifetimes. I'd say it really depends on what the curse was for, how it was done, when it was done, why it was done. Everything's so variable. But realistically, any working could last for any amount of time. It all depends on the energy and the intention and the process and all of that stuff. I'm interested in learning more about working with the air element. Do you have any book suggestions? Unfortunately, there's basically no books on the air element. Not that I found anyway. Largely books focus on the fire element or the earth element or the water element, and the air element is just kind of missed out. I do have a video coming out on the air element that's probably going to be out maybe next week. Maybe. I have a bunch of videos that I'm currently editing, but I do have a video on the air element that's coming out if you do want to watch that, just to kind of give you a vague idea of how to work with the air element. But as far as I found, there are very few books that really spend any amount of time working with the air element. It's sad that it's probably the least used of all of the elements, even though it's literally around us all of the time. What makes a demon a demon? Does it come from a demon realm? And what makes it different from a negative spirit? So, as far as I have found, a demon is a demon. So you can find negative spirits, like negative human spirits, but they have been human. A demon is a demon. They have not been anything else. They just are. And often they exist in separate realms to ours, but you do find them crossing over. So demon is generally just a classification of different spiritual beings that exist in a separate plane that are considered to be demons. And then you have, the demon princes, demon lords. My brain is mush today. I hope you know what I mean. Where there's different tiers. So you've got lower level demons, which are the ones you often find in our plane. And then you get higher level demons that are way harder to come across because they exist in their own space. What is something you wish you saw more people learning about? I wish more people would spend time learning about what magic is and what magic isn't, than just about what makes you a witch or what you do as a witch. I see so many videos, and it's no shame to the people that make the videos at all, but a lot of them are very much, 50 signs you were born a witch, 12 signs you're a witch. And you get a lot of people that spend their early days on practicing just figuring out if they were born a witch from 4 generations ago. And realistically, what would be better for them to learn is the actual practices of witchcraft and the beginner processes and the underlying things that can help manifest a successful practice. Because I have noticed a lot of the time people are going onto forums, they're going onto Facebook groups, they're going onto aminos, and they're asking very basic questions. That they start it off with, oh, I recently found out that I'm probably a witch. How do I cast this spell? And realistically, I wish that they, instead of going straight to 12 signs you were born a witch or whatever they're looking at, and instead they went to, okay, I want to study what being a witch is, the history of it, the traditions of it, the basics of it, the principles of it. But unfortunately, a lot of beginners, even today, even with all of the information that there is right now, and there's a hell of a lot more information than there was 10 years ago, 20 years ago, that they start with the wrong thing. And I do wish that more people would push the basic principles. They'll push the foundational practices, because they're really significant. And you often find that later on, the people that skipped it will end up going back to it because they realize that they do actually need it. Loved your videos about offerings for the Fae. Can you do more videos about the Fae? I would, but with YouTube it's difficult. I feel as though I almost need to do a separate thing for the Fae, because the Fae, unfortunately, too many people jump into working with the Fae, and I learned that on the last video. I've kept the last video up because I don't like taking videos down. If a video is up, I put it up for a reason. But too many people ignore the warnings of the Fae. They aren't Tinkerbell. They're not cute little women with giant tits and dresses. The Fae can be brutal, they can be tricky, and they can be exceptionally dangerous. Yes, not all Fae are like that, but some Fae definitely are. And unfortunately, a lot of people will ignore the warnings of that and they will jump into working with the Fae when they really shouldn't because they don't know what they're doing. So that's the reason why I haven't put any videos up on the Fae since, because I've seen it in a bunch of live streams, I've seen it in the comment section of videos, and I've had a bunch of messages about it. And realistically, people are very quick to assume with fairies, and they are very slow to actually realize the hazards of it. So currently, I'm not planning on putting up any more videos on the Fae, mainly because people don't listen to advice and they jump in and they are likely going to get themselves into a tricky situation. And I don't want to be the one that puts them in that position because they didn't take advice. So maybe in the future, there might be a separate thing. I might do a course on fairies that's separate. So it's kind of a step-by-step, here are what fairies are actually like, some different varieties of fairies, offerings, how to work with them, connections, that kind of thing. But on YouTube, it's too much of the Wild West out here. People are just jumping the gun and just doing whatever they want, thinking that they know everything when actually they don't know enough to be safe. So that's why I haven't done any videos on the Fae recently, and why I probably won't on the main channel anytime soon, just because I can't trust that everyone is going to be careful with it. And I don't want to be the reason that someone gets hurt or gets themselves in a tricky situation because they've done something they shouldn't have done. Oh, thank you so much, Lizzie. What's your view on science-based skeptic atheist practitioners, like those who use the placebo effect mainly for themselves and not taking advantage of others? As far as I'm concerned, I don't see much harm in it. There's not really much that they can do wrong with that. If they do just want to use the placebo effect and they're getting the results that they want in themselves, and that's all they want to do, then that's completely fine. If they ever do want to take it a step further and do a little bit more in it, then I think it's definitely a world of opportunity that they're maybe missing out on. But as far as I'm concerned, they're not really doing any harm, and I don't really have anything negative towards them if that is what they're choosing to do just for themselves. Have you heard of twin flames? Do you believe in it? I do believe in it, yes. Twin flames, soulmates, that kind of thing. I've actually met my twin flame, and it was weird. And they're very complicated relationships. People hype it up. They're like, oh, I want to meet my twin flame so badly. I'm like, you probably really don't. Twin flames are almost the duplicate of you. They are you, just in someone else. And although that can lead to a very easy connection and a very easy start of a relationship, the fact that you are so similar to your twin flame often causes a lot of issues because your opinions are their opinions. Your beliefs are their beliefs, but equally there is no difference between you. So I have heard of twin flames and I do believe in it, but I don't feel as though people should put so much into it as they do. They are very intense with it sometimes. The number of people that I get sending me an email going, I want a spell to show me my twin flame right now. I want to meet them now. This is going to be the best thing ever. And I'm sitting there going, oh, it probably won't be the best thing ever. Probably won't. It might work out, but often it doesn't. Not the way that people expect anyway. When do you put the next month's box on the website? It goes up on the 18th. So at the moment, the photograph for it is there on the mystery box section, but the box isn't live yet. We're still trying to process getting everything sorted from the last box going out. So if you ordered a mystery box for May, then your box has been shipped. You should have all of your confirmation emails. We then spend a couple of days sorting everything out. I've got to create the artwork and everything for the mystery box. And then the next month's box is on the website on the 18th. So if you do want to get one of those, I can give you the theme right now. It is Letha. That is the theme for June this month. And they will be on the website on the 18th at some point during the day. So feel free to check back on. I'm never quite sure when I put it up. I tend to just kind of let it go whenever I have the time really to put it on the website. Have you ever worked with a servitor? No, I haven't, but I do know a lot of people that do with great success. I personally don't at the moment in my practice. That may well change in the future, but right now I don't. We need a spider update. Oh boy. Okay, so I have not found spider number 1 or spider number 2, though I'm pretty certain I found spider number 2's baby. It was like a miniature version of it in my bedroom window. And then there are now 4 new spiders that exist in my bathroom. They're just coexisting in there. They've each got their own little corner. So yeah, it's spider 1, spider 2, and the Hulk spider, spider number 2, I have never found. Ever. You know, the one that prized itself out of the mug. I have never found that spider. It is somewhere in my office. It will probably scare the living daylights out of me when I do find it. But yeah, that is the spider update. God, where was I? Do you use science in your witchcraft practice? Oh yeah, 100%. I feel as though I have to, because that is my field of knowledge outside of magic. I'm a bit of a jack of all trades, but I do have a degree in science, so I feel as though there's no real way of getting away from it. The science bit of my brain is always going to be there, so I do use it in my magical practice. I include it in different areas, everything from herbalism to crystal magic and those kind of things. It kind of just pops in, and I don't really notice that it's there. I knew it was going to jump. It did the laggy thing where I'm like, oh, you gonna go? You gonna go? Yeah, they're gonna go. Oh my goodness, I'm so far. I hate it when it jumps so bad. Oh my god. Where was I? Oh my god. Where are we? Wait. Am I nearly there? I'm not even nearly there. By golly, you guys are amazing. You guys, bingo, found it. Right. I found you. Right. I'm a bit new to witchcraft. Can anyone clarify what a baby witch is? I see it a lot, but I'm not 100% sure. Is it when someone is underage as a beginner, or just someone that's underage? It's not someone that's underage at all. A baby witch is just someone that's starting out on their witchcraft journey. Not Some people really dislike the term baby witch. Some people just prefer the word beginner. Some people will use the word baby witch. Usually it's just used to describe someone that's just starting out on their magical practice. Usually they are younger, so say late teens, early 20s, or just teenage. Anyone older than that typically just chooses to use the word beginner, but it really entirely depends on the person. Oh yeah, no, the stuff in it's just water. I don't drink, so just water. Lots of it. And I help to save the planet by not using plastic. And did I just tip that all down my leg? You know I did, because I have no spatial perception. My depth perception is so garbage. It's terrible. This is why I only drink water, because if I was drinking like wine, that would just be everywhere right now. Oh. Hearth, I'd love to know more about original names, but can't find any sources. Any further thoughts on this or places to learn more? Unfortunately, there are very few places to learn more because no one wants to share information about it. The people that I do know that have found their original name, it's done with a lot of meditation, a lot of soul searching, a lot of internal processing, working through past lives, doing their shadow work. And at the end of all that, some people do find their original name. Some people will go through all that and will never find their original name. But you often don't find many people talking about it because it does hold so much power that they don't really want to share that information with anyone. And now I have the hiccups. How do you feel confident enough in your practice to tell others that you're a witch? I just came out of the broom closet to my husband and he's so accepting. I'm so happy and proud. Oh, congratulations, Kat. That's amazing. I don't know how. I've just never been shy about it. I mean, it's the other reason why I can go outside looking like this. You know what I mean? Like, there's some stuff that I'm just not shy about, and the witchcraft is another one of them things. I've never been secretive with it ever. I've always been open about it ever since I started practicing, because to me it was always just normal. If anything, I considered not being open to it all to be abnormal. So I've never not been open about it. I think it's just knowing that your practice is your practice, even if other people don't accept it, it's still valid and it's still your practice. And I think once you get to the point of knowing that even if other people don't like it, even if other people say otherwise, it's still your practice. And that is, it's up to you whether you share that or not. And it's still going to be your practice, even if other people don't like it. And once you kind of get to that point, it's just way easier to be open about it. Do you know any reliable online or offline sources to study theory and practice of jinxes, curses, hexes? And that is why I bought this book, thinking that it would help. It doesn't. I have found very, very few sources that discuss cursing and hexing in its entirety. They just don't exist that often. You know, most books are rainbows and unicorns and fluffy poops. You know, they're not like, wow, that's weird. Fluffy poops, not really what I was going for that one, but there we go, fluffy poops. Most books are very rainbows and sunshine. I meant to say rainbow, sunshine, and unicorn poops, but instead I said unicorn, sunshine, and fluffy poops, and that's not what I meant. Most books don't talk about it, and I found very few online resources that do. There are some YouTube channels that do discuss it. I can't really remember their names. I'm really sorry, but I don't watch much witchcraft YouTube myself personally, just because I'm in the community. So there definitely are YouTube channels that discuss it, and if anything, that's probably your best source, because most books don't print it. Most publishers won't print books that involve cursing and hexing. You'll find that most published books by a publishing house will only be positive. And you'll find maybe more self-published books. It could be worth looking for self-published books to talk about cursing and hexing, because often you won't find it in officially published books or very official websites. I've got to stop with the Winnie the Pooh theme song. What kind of workings can you do during a meteor shower? I actually don't know. Besides the obvious, you know, the sudden changes, the transformations, the sudden shifts, that could be something to look into, is because it's such a fleeting thing that exists and then vanishes. It could be worth looking into it as sudden changes, alterations in life, and do it that way. Oh my goodness, the stinking Winnie the Pooh theme song. Oh my goodness. Interested in learning hydromancy. What is hydromancy? I know hydro is water, and everything just keeps being given funny names. Divination by water. Is that what you mean? Do you mean like scrying? Is that what you mean? Oh no, let me know. So how would you strengthen your psychic power? You work with it, essentially. To psychic it, to strengthen it, it's really all about working it. It's like a muscle. If you just let it just sit and not do anything, you're not going to be able to do anything. So it's all about doing the workings that are going to help with it. So scrying, tarot reading, anything that really brings out that psychic underlying intuition, even things like writing down dreams. Your psychic ability is in almost everything that you do. It's that gut feeling that you get when you know something is wrong. It's knowing who is calling before they call. It's the dreams that you are being given that maybe you don't think about because it's just a dream. It's the things that you see when you're staring into flames or water or crystal balls. It's the stuff that you do while you're reading tarot. when suddenly you're piecing together answers that the tarot cards didn't tell you, but you know. So it's all about using that muscle. It's using it every day, every other day, every week to kind of build it up. And you'll notice very subtly that what you're able to do with your psychic energy goes up the more you're doing it. And a bit like exercising, you don't necessarily notice that you're getting stronger until it's pointed out to you, or you look back and you realize, wow, that's where I was before. So it's just about building it with everything that you're doing. Note down your dreams, do tarot readings, do scrying, and just building on it every couple of days to kind of work that energy. What are some ways to reconnect to the spiritual world? I've been feeling disconnected, unfocused, and scatterbrained lately. I would say a good way to... Did you read protection spells? Sorry, I jumped onto a different question then. Sorry, don't mind me. I say a good way to do it is to almost literally connect with it again. So do your grounding, connect with the earth's energy and the earth's spirituality, and then start reaching out into spiritual realms, whether that be through trance work, whether that be through meditation, whether that be through your research and your reading. I personally find that when I need to get back into it again, I just read. I read something that clicks it all back into place again and it all lines up. And I mean, especially now, no one can fault anyone for being a little bit out of it right now in the middle of a lockdown. So I think reading is a really good way of doing it if you don't have access to, physically go to sacred spaces where you might come across more spiritual energies there. So for me anyway, I would go to the woods, but right now I can't. So I just have to settle for books and for meditation and trance work instead. Did you read protection spells? What did you think of it? No. I haven't had the time to basically read anything. That's why I have an ever-growing stack of books right here. Because I've just had no time to read anything. What are the crystals for confidence? Well, you can use tigerite, you can use hematite, you can use bronzite, you can use carnelian, you can use red jasper. My personal favorites are tigerite and carnelian. They're my favorites for confidence. I just went surfer dude there. Oh. Do you have any tips for remembering tarot off by heart? Repetition. Read cards every single day, pull a card every single day, note down what it means, memorize it, ingrain it in your head, write it down, whatever you need to do. If you do a card draw every single day of just a singular card, really work on that card, do meditation with it, sit, look at the imagery, look at the meaning from a book or multiple books, and really take it all in. And then you'll get to a point where when you draw that card again in another working or another reading, you'll know what it means instantly. What are your opinions on empaths? I identify as one and struggle with it so much. It can really, really suck. I know this. I have always been an empath, and I've only more recently figured out how to control it a little bit. Well, I say recently, I mean 8 years ago. When I was in college, I had to learn to put up the barriers. So if you're able to put up shields and protections and bubbles around you while you're in spaces where there's a lot of people, that will massively, massively help, because then the energy just bounces off that shield, that protection, and it doesn't affect you. And now I've got to the point where I don't need to think about it. I will automatically put up these shields without question, just because I know that it will help me when I'm out and about. Sorry, I'm trying to get to a question. And there's so much in here. You guys are awesome. You guys always chat to each other. How often should I be working with a deity throughout the week? That entirely depends on your relationship with that deity. Entirely. It depends on the agreement that you've come to with them. It depends on them as a deity and the days of the week that represent them. So for instance, if you're working with someone like Freya, they might say that they only want to be worked with on a Friday. Or they might want to be worked with multiple days a week, or only when you need them, or only when they need you, and vice versa. So say for Bridget and Ceridwen, I rarely ever actively work with them, but they're always present. Their altars are always there. There's offerings going on them, but I don't actively work with them multiple times a week, if multiple times a month. It's more that they are always present and they are always there. So it very much depends on the deity, and it very much depends on your relationship with them. I feel like this purple is just wearing off. Even just for the hour that I've been here, I feel like this is a different color now. Oh well. I've got to get the Winnie the Pooh song out of my head. I'll just have to blast Bloody Valentine when I get out of the live stream and just like wipe away Winnie the Pooh. Oh dear. Any advice for how I can practice secretly? Learn force of will magic. As far as I'm concerned, almost everyone should learn at some point how to manifest your outcomes without using any items. Because once you've learned how to do that, you can practice without anything, and you can practice it secretly without anyone knowing what you're doing, and you can still get results. It's a lot more intense because it requires a lot more energy and intention, because you're not getting that from other items. But if you can learn how to do that, don't tell me what to do, Phil. Bad Phil. No. Sorry, I just read the next comment. Once you've learned that force of will, then you don't need items and you can keep it very secretive, or use limited items. Use just candles that you can find easily if you want to do candle magic. You don't need to go super intricate and super ornate with your workings. Let's try to keep the stream under 4 hours today. No, Phil, of course not. It'll be as long as it is. I've trapped a nerve in my shoulder. Oh, geez, it's not my day today, is it? Is your house witchcraft themed? My entire existence is witchcraft themed. I would say my house is relatively witchcraft themed, yes. This room in particular is an absolute tip. But yes, this room is witchcraft themed. My living room is. I have a bunch of artwork in my kitchen that's witchcraft themed. My office obviously is witchcraft themed because it's got all my business stuff in it. And then I think the only room that isn't is my bedroom, because it's just grey. It's just grey and black and dark, usually most of the time. Any books you recommend for a beginner witch? Well, you guys know it's coming. Before You Cast a Spell by Carl McColman is fantastic for beginner witches. Is it perfect? No. Is it a little like Marmite, where some people love it and some people hate it? Yes. But the principles in it are absolutely fantastic, and that's why I still stand by this book. There are lots of other beginner books out there, but as far as I'm concerned, if you are a beginner and you're after a book, don't go for a spell book. So do I have any around here? I don't know if I have any around here. Like, don't go for Wikipedia if you want to learn about beginner witchcraft. Don't go for a spell book if you want to learn about beginner witchcraft. Don't go for something like Celtic tree magic if you want to learn about beginner witchcraft. It's good to just go for a book that's very foundational. It's very basic. It talks about meditation, centering, grounding, visualization, energy manipulation. It talks about what witchcraft is and what it isn't. It discusses the basic foundations that most other books don't talk about. And that is what I would always recommend for a beginner. Have you ever tried white sage body soap? No, I haven't. I tend to stick with like fragrant stuff like Lush, because that's just who I am. No, Phil, I didn't tell you that I got a Switch. I ordered it on eBay last minute and it cost me a small fortune, but I've been saving up for months in order to get a Switch. So I got myself a limited edition Animal Crossing one, and I'm very happy with it. And I've been playing it like every single day. Your humming voice is like listening to birds early in the morning. See, I consider it to be my cat keyboard. It's essentially, I get ridiculous with it. If I have a song in my head, I won't like sing it if I'm around other people. So the cats then come out, and it's just a bunch of weird sounds that make a song, but they make it sound really strange. It's the cat keyboard, that's what it is. Do you think you could use a unicorn candle for a wish job kind of spell for someone? Oh, you definitely could, yeah. I mean, unicorn candles are great because they are so good for wishing just generally. So you can really use them for a huge range of different things for yourself or for someone else, because you can carve their name into the candle if you wanted to. I've got to stop for Winnie the Pooh, of all things. Oh. Let us know when it gets published, because I will buy it. Thank you very much, anyone that's willing to support me with this book. It's a long time coming. It's about 30,000 words so far, the first one is, and it is time consuming. It's exceptionally time consuming to get it all right. It's difficult because I have the information in my head that I want to put down on paper, but it's getting it down on paper in a way that's understandable. I feel it's much easier to tell someone something than it is to transfer it into words and then have them understand it in their own head. It's quite difficult. When would you use tarot over oracle? So I personally always choose tarot over oracle for important, significant questions. So if I want to know the answer to something, like seriously know the answer to something, then I will always go for tarot, mainly because it's willing to slap me around the face and tell me to sit down, shut up, and listen. Whereas oracle is a little bit more, oh, well, it might be this or it might be this. It'll always be positive, though. I like cards that will slap me around the face if necessary. So if I need an answer to an actual legitimate question and I want the good, the bad, and the ugly, I will go for tarot. I will then often include an oracle card in my reading. So I'll do a tarot spread and then I will pull an oracle card. And that oracle card is something that I specifically need to work with at that moment. So on my daily draws, if I choose to do one, I use oracle cards to do daily draws because it gives me more of an insightful internal thing that I need to be working on that day. Whereas tarot is a little bit more specific. It will talk about different people in your lives and it will talk about bad situations and good situations. So if you want to be slapped around the face, told to sit down and shut up, then I go for tarot. If I want something a bit floatier, then I'll go for oracle, or I'll just combine the two. Where's the print in the left corner from? This one? This one. This is one of my prints that I did for one of the mystery boxes. It's one of my graphic design prints that I did. What does it actually say? I forgot what it says. If it's this one, wait, which way is it for you? Is this left and this right for you, or is this the one you're talking about? I don't really know. This one says, let's take our hearts for a walk in the woods and listen to the magic whispers of old trees. That's that one. And I might put them back on my website again. I've got a bunch of prints that I've done in the past that I took off my website, but I might end up putting them back up again. If you're talking about that one. If you're talking about that one, I don't know which is left for you guys, because this to me is right, but obviously you are backwards to me, so this might be right and that might, I don't know. That one is from, up there. That one, you can't even really see it because of the lights. That is from Red Bubble, I think. I will see if I can do a video at some point in the future of all of my witchcraft art, because I have a bunch of it. I love art. So I have a tendency to collect it. Oh, right. That is sort of back in frame, yes. Can a servitor be as strong as a spell? I would go as far as to say a servitor can be stronger than a spell. Mainly because they can exist for multiple days, multiple weeks, multiple months, multiple years, whereas a spell might only last a couple of weeks. I'm interested to hear how you think the ancient practice of witchcraft is different than the modern practice of witchcraft. I would say the biggest difference is that modern practices of witchcraft have often been blurred. So more traditional witchcraft practices are more nitty-gritty. That's one thing that I've noticed. Obviously, we can't know really everything about traditional witchcraft practices, but you see the petitions that are found in Rome, and you see the traditional works that were found in England and in Italy and places like that. They're very nitty-gritty. People weren't pussyfooting around it. You know, if you wanted a spell done, you went and you had it done. You either got someone else to do it or you did it yourself. There wasn't this idea of everything now is what I like to refer to as Wicca washed, which isn't inherently bad. I want to say that Wicca in itself is not bad. But unfortunately, now a lot of witchcraft has been Wicca washed. So almost everything is, oh, but you can't curse because the rule of three. And it's like, yeah, but if you don't believe in Wicca and you don't follow the religion of Wicca, then the rule of three isn't necessarily something that you're going to take account for. It's also now very aesthetically pleasing. Everything has to be very beautiful. We've lost that nitty gritty, get your hands dirty in the dirt kind of practice. Some people still have it. Some people definitely still work it. It's definitely never going to be the same as it was 1,000 years ago. But some people still do hold on to that. I will do what I need to do when I need to do it, and I'm willing to get my hands dirty kind of practice. Whereas a lot of the modern witchcraft that you see portrayed is very much aesthetically pleasing. Everything looks nice. Everything's beautiful. Everything is, appropriate for the time. And it's very washed down. It's a very watered down version that you often see online now compared to what it was even, 50 or 100 years ago. It's very, very washed down now. How to use magic when I'm new to the craft? Don't. As I've said multiple times, if you are brand new, study, study, study. Don't try to do any workings. You'll only disappoint yourself. It's always important to have a good foundation of knowledge when you're going into it. Learn the basic practices, learn what it is and what it isn't, learn how to do things, learn how to protect yourself, and then go from there rather than jumping straight in. Any varieties of incense or particular scents that you don't enjoy or can't work with? Ooh, okay. So I love either really earthly scents. I love earthy, or I love very, very sweet. So I love like the sickly rose. I love oud. I love Palo Santo. I love patchouli. I really don't like bitter scents. So like citrus scents, I don't like, and I would never use them. It's like citronella. Bleh. No, no, no. I don't really like anything either that smells like food or like cocktails. I've got a couple of incenses that were gifted to me that are like pineapple daiquiri, and no. I much prefer fragrances that are singular. So I like being able to pick out what is in the fragrance. So I like it to be oud or sage or rose. I like singular fragrances. Or I like things like dragon's blood that are often varying fragrances. It kind of varies brand to brand. But anything that's really super mixed, so like I don't like anything like pineapple daiquiri. I don't like cinnamon and sage and all this stuff combined together. And I also don't like cone incense at all. And for me, because I have a lot of allergies, if it has too much smoke, it makes my nose bleed. So I tend to stick to the higher quality incense sticks, like the Satya brand. I really like that brand because it doesn't have the same irritation that cheaper brands do. And I don't like cone incense either. And I used to use cone incense a lot when I was a teenager, and now I can't ever use cone incense. Oh God, no, so off-putting. How would you start a study in herbalism? I would recommend, it depends what kind of herbalism. If you mean medicinal herbalism, I would recommend going and being professionally trained in it if you want to actively do it. Mainly because medical herbalism is a lot more hazardous than magical herbalism. Yes, magical herbalism can be hazardous, but it doesn't contain the same amount of consumption of herbs than medical herbalism. So if you want to become a medical herbalist, I would suggest going and getting professionally trained. There are lots of universities that do degrees in medical herbalism. There are colleges that do it. You can go and have a tutor one-on-one and do it. As for magical herbalism, I would recommend getting some good books on the subject. So there are a couple of books by Scott Cunningham, like an encyclopedia of magical herbs, that I do really, really like, that kind of give you an overview of the different herbs. And then it's about figuring out the different ways that you can use each of them, the energy vibration of all of them, and then kind of going from there. Do you have any, see, this topic is not nearly impossible to answer. Do you have any book recommendations for the history of witchcraft? I have to give you a question back then, is where? Where from? Because often the term witchcraft is used to describe magical practice almost everywhere. And every different, even city, is going to have a slightly different history of witchcraft. So like around here, we have a lot of stories of one particular woman who is believed to have practiced witchcraft in the 1500s. And so the history of witchcraft for my area is going to be very different than it is, say, in Somerset or in Scotland or in France or in Spain or in Germany. So it's almost impossible for me to talk or give you any recommendations for the history of witchcraft because it entirely depends on where you're referring to, because the history in witchcraft in, I don't know, Louisiana is going to be very different to the history of witchcraft in the south of France. It's all just very extreme differences. And because witchcraft is so widespread, it's nearly impossible to pinpoint an exact history of it because we don't really know. Plus, witchcraft has also been found, or believed witchcraft has also been found, dating back to, 10, potentially 10, maybe more thousand years ago. For as long as humans have wanted to control their environment, we've had experiences or believed experiences of witchcraft being documented. So it's very difficult because you almost run into a brick wall of people weren't writing stuff down. And especially for cultures that use largely oral traditions, most of it's been lost. Or if it's still present, it isn't written down. What do you think, or what is your take on the Ouija board? I think people are very freaked out about a toy. The term Ouija board gets thrown around a hell of a lot, but Ouija is it was just made by a company as a kid's toy. Was it a stupid kid's toy? Probably. Sorry, my shoulder is so messed up today. I've been sitting like in a really funny way. Spirit boards, I think they are very useful magical tools, but of course you need to do so with care. As with all spirit communication, as with all spirit work, it's important that you do so with care and make sure that you know what you're doing. And unfortunately, a lot of people have, especially YouTube is notorious for it. Oh, Ouija board horror story. I'm like, is it really a horror story, or do you just not know what you're doing? Because usually it's a fake story or they just don't know what they're doing. Now there's a lot of scaremongering with Ouija boards. You see it all the time. You watch programs like Ghost Adventurers, and they start off by going, in the 1990s, some teenagers used a Ouija board in this house, and now there's a demon around. I'm like, is there really though? Because I highly doubt that there is. Just as with all forms of spirit work, it's important that you go into using Ouija boards or any other kind of spirit board with a sense of discipline and respect and understanding. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't. And if you do so with respect, you can have amazing results. If you do it without respect, you might get shit on by a ghost. Figuratively or literally. I'll leave it up to you to decide which one I meant there. Funniest experience with any spirits? Okay, I do have one that wasn't so funny. Well, no, it was kind of comical at the time because he wasn't exactly dangerous. I remember walking at night in Bangor in North Wales, and there's lots of fae activity there, and I'm going to count them as spirits because, look, they are spirits. And it had been raining, and the floor, I don't know if you know what I mean, but when it's like new tarmac and it's very, very black, and you can see where your foot has been, like it leaves almost an imprint in the water on the surface, and then it covers itself back over again. Well, I was walking down the street it was dark, it was late, it was probably about 10, 11 o'clock, something like that. And I remember hearing movement behind me and thinking, I wonder what this is. So I turned like over my shoulder and there wasn't anyone there. So I was like, okay, I wonder what this is. So I kind of kept walking. And then I realized, hang on, it's not like people-sized. It's like, this is like little. Is there like a rat somewhere? So you're looking around and you're like, no. And as soon as you turn around, the noise stops. So I was like, what is that? And then I kept walking for a bit, and then I was like, I'll do this real quick. I'll turn super fast. So I did. You turn super fast, and you see these little tiny steps, and then they suddenly stop dead. And then when I start walking again, a couple of seconds later, there's little set of footsteps. You can hear it behind, and then you turn around really quick, and they keep going for a couple of steps, and then they just stop dead, and you're like, got you. And he just followed me like all the way home because that's what he wanted to do that day, apparently. And that's one of my favorite kind of more comical stories of spirits, because that one was just like really entertaining. Really entertaining. I loved that one. Goodness, where was I? Oh no, I've lost where I was. No. Oh my goodness, I don't know where I was. Let me know. Oh my god, I don't know where I was. You guys are like stinking amazing. You've given me so many questions. How do you keep your motivation and discipline so that you keep on practicing? Repetition forms a habit. Also, it's my job, so I kind of have to. Because it's something that I do every single day. It's something that I just have to keep going. Also, if you make things like a regular habit, it makes it so much easier to have the motivation to do it. So if you're writing in a dream journal every single day, if you're keeping up to date with your book of shadows, if you're constantly reading and researching, you always end up having that motivation to keep going. And also, it's good to know that sometimes you don't need to have motivation. You know, sometimes you don't have to practice. You know, if you're not motivated to do it, you don't always have to force yourself to do it. I need some good luck. Any spells you'd recommend? Well, I can't really give you any spells because I create spells based on what I need. But you can do anything from candle magic to shaker jars to sachet workings to force of will magic. You know, there's so many different options when it comes to good luck magic. What's your number one pet peeve in the pagan community, and what's your favorite part? I have so many pet peeves when I've got so many favorite parts as well. One of my biggest pet peeves is the elitism. You see it in a lot of communities. You see it in the goth community. I've been part of that for years, and it's terrible in the goth community. But you see it in the pagan community majorly. If you don't believe in this, then I'm better than you. And it's problematic. I believe this, so you're wrong. And it just seems so daft to me that the pagan community is so widespread and it's so diverse, and yet to this day there are still people in there that go, I'm big, you're small, I'm right, you're wrong. And it's daft, honestly, and it alienates a lot of people from the community. You have to have a thick skin to be an invested member of the community, and it gets difficult, and it does push a lot of people out because they don't want to have to deal with the toxic people, because realistically the toxic people are the 2% that shout the loudest, and they drown out all of the positive people in the community because they just keep screaming. But the good part of the community is the support for, if you find the right communities, it's the support. It's the fact that you can go on forums and you can ask a question, and 20, 30, 40, 50 people will give you recommendations. They'll give you a book to read, and a resource, a video, a podcast. And it's when you find the right area of the community, when you find the bits that are supportive and appreciate new members and are always looking out for each other. The community is very open with its information, and it's always happy to teach other people. It's just about finding the right bit of the community. And that's one of the biggest things that I like about it, is that when you find that right area, it is absolutely amazing. Any advice that you would give for baby witches in the UK? Okay. Obviously not now. I mean, I give basically the same advice to most people, but if you're in the UK, we have things here that are amazing, like the witchcraft shows and the MBS shows. I do, or I did before all this happened, a lot of MBS shows. And when you're there are often a lot of talks that you can go to. There's often a lot of workshops that you can go to. You can spend an entire day just chatting with active practitioners. And some of them have been practicing for 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years. And you can have a really good chat with them. And some of them will just stand there for like most of the day and just talk to you. I mean, that's what I do. I spend most of my day just talking to people. And if I'm doing a talk, then I'll do a talk and have people come up to me afterwards, or I'll just chat with people all day. And it's great if you are a beginner and you get to go and meet some of the members of the community, and you get to learn a lot of stuff in one day, meet contacts, find other events that you can go to. You can get books from events. You know, at one of the events I went to, the Staffordshire Pagan Conference. A couple of Staffordshire Pagan Conference doesn't exist anymore. And I got to meet Anna Franklin, who's one of my favorite authors. She's the author of Hearthwitch. And I chatted with her for a while, and I've met so many wonderful people who run so many wonderful organizations at these events. And they're an amazing way to reach out to communities, but also things like moots. Almost every county that I know of anyway has a pagan and witches moot, where it's every month you meet. Usually it's in a local pub, and it's basically just where they have a speaker, and you just listen. You know, you pay a small fee to pay for the speaker, and you just sit and you can listen to the speaker. You can chat with other people that have gone to the moot and see what their practice is like. And it's a great way of forming relationships within the community that maybe you wouldn't have if you were just a solitary that was only learning by themselves. Instead, they're amazing. I mean, the moot that I've gone to, Kat Treadwell, she's an amazing author. I listened to her do a talk at one of the moots, and it was absolutely fantastic. They're a great source of information, because often it's authors that go and do the speeches. Oh, God, I've trapped a nerve in my arm. This bloody hurts. Oh. Would you do a course on Fae via Zoom? I mean, if it turns out that they aren't stealing personal information, sure. Potentially, yeah. I know I shouldn't blame myself if people do stupid things with the Fae, but unfortunately the comments that I've received on that Fae video that I've already done are very basic. They're very basic questions that before they even gave an offering or considered working with the Fae, they should have done, or they should have learned about. And I've come to terms with it that people often won't follow advice because they don't believe it. They're like, oh, but the Fae are so cute. They're tiny. They're little flitty things. And they're not. And that's why I haven't done any videos on them since. I mean, maybe I'll do a course on it at some point in the future. But at the moment, I can't trust people. People cannot be trusted. Right, where was I? Oh my God, baby spider. Oh, yeah, no. Do you ship to the US? At the moment, I don't know. Things get broken way too easily when you send shit to America. They just throw stuff around. Even to Europe, they're bad enough, but America, it's a lot of cost to send stuff out to America, and then when at the end of the day they just break it, it makes it very difficult because I can't always afford to stand the fees of sending it out again. But equally, I don't expect the customer to do it either, because it's not their fault that the postal system shattered an item. So currently I don't, but maybe in the future I will. And if I ever do any merch on this channel, which a lot of you have been asking for, I'm going to make it so that it does ship all over the world. So even if you can't get something from the store, like the Witchcraft shop, you would be able to if you wanted to get the merch. Because I get a lot of people asking about that, about will the merch only be Europe? And I do want to make that worldwide. Do you have any favorite witchcraft TV shows? Oh, I don't know. I love Sabrina. Okay, I'm going to say Sabrina because I love the original Sabrina. That was amazing. And I love the new Chilling Adventures of Sabrina. So Sabrina, I'd say. Yeah, lots of people are saying, that they met their twin flame and it wasn't great. They met their twin flame and it was platonic. And I do think that a lot of people do think that a twin flame is your desired romantic partner, that it is the person that you are meant to be with. And realistically, a twin flame it's just that. It's almost your energetic twin. I mean, I've met my twin flame. I was dating them for years. And it it almost never works out the way you think it's going to because you're almost too equal, you're too balanced, you're too the same. So often people assume it's going to be a romantic relationship, but actually, as far as I found, twin flames are better being a platonic relationship because you can bounce off each other. And it just seems way easier. A lot of people, especially beginners coming into it, they'll see the words twin flame and they'll go, yes, I want that. And actually, a lot of the time when they get it, they're like, take it back. Take it back. I don't want it anymore. What's your opinion on The Craft? Do you like it? With the film, I hate it. The film is probably one of my most hated witchcraft films I have ever seen. Everyone's like, "Oh, watch The Craft, you'll love it." I watched it; it was dreadful. I mean, it's fine if you really like it, but I don't like it for very particular reasons. The first is that they almost see. I do have a bit of a pet peeve when it comes to movies, TV shows. It either needs to be a documentary or it needs to be not real. The Craft made it difficult for a lot of people getting into it because a lot of it was real magic, especially at the start. It was real magical practices. And then by the end, they'd warped it into something toxic and negative and awful and not real. But the issue is that people that were getting into it thought that it was all real because the first section was. And that's why I hate The Craft so much. It's so toxic it was at the time anyway, so toxic for the people getting into it because it made it so that where do you draw the line? Where does a beginner draw the line? Because they've just bought a book on Wicca. And the section at the start of the movie is it's very accurate to some of the practices. And by the time you get to the end, it's not. So you end up never knowing where to draw the line. I love how you answered my question. So, new question. Once someone has learned what magic is, what is a practice you wish you saw more people do or something you enjoy and wish more people would try? I wish that more people would do elemental magic balanced. It's something that I've spoken about a lot, but I really dislike the fact that everyone talks about fire magic and water magic, but earth magic and air magic, especially air magic, is very, very neglected. So a lot of people will be an elemental practitioner, but actually they'll only work with like 2 of the elements, not all 4 of them, Western elements, that is. And so I wish that air magic was spoken about more because it is a really beautiful form of magic that I don't think many people talk about. I also wish that more people would spread their wings outside of just aesthetically pleasing. If anything, that's my biggest thing. I find now, especially with Instagram being so popular, and I mean, yes, I am on Instagram and I do occasionally, I'm not very good at it, but I do post photos on my personal Instagram account and my business Instagram account. But I think people today, they almost feel the need to make everything look beautiful. And if anything, I wish that more people would practice the nitty gritty, get your hands dirty kind of ugly form of magic and that they would learn more about it. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's important to know that cursing and hexing is an option if you are going to heal. It's all about that balance, at least for me. If you can give, you can take. And if you can take, you can give. And it's all about that balance. And unfortunately, a lot of practitioners now, they will only learn the love and light, unicorn poop version of witchcraft. And they won't diversify into anything else. And I feel it's such a shame because even if they never choose to practice it themselves, I do wish more people would even just learn about cursing and hexing. It also gives you another way of protecting yourself from it. How are you meant to protect yourself from something if you've never studied it? If you never know what goes into it or how it's done, how are you ever meant to protect yourself from it? So I do think I wish more people would learn a little bit about that. Do you know any good Wiccan audiobooks to listen to? I personally don't listen to any Wiccan audiobooks at all. I don't listen to any audiobooks full stop, actually. I don't really like them very much. Any witchery podcasts that you recommend? I don't listen to any. I personally, I don't know. I don't pay attention to half the stuff. I always have music playing. It's like my Alexa is always playing music. My TV is always playing music. Something like that. If I want to read something, I typically read it. That's the best way for me to get that memory, is to physically read it. For me, listening doesn't really do anything, so I can't really say anything. Although I have listened a little bit to Mystic Dylan. He does a podcast, and I actually really liked that. So of the podcasts that I would listen to, if I did ever listen to podcasts, I actually really like Mystic Dylan's podcast. If anyone knows what it's actually called, let me know. But yeah, that is one that I do really like Mystic Dylan. I like his style. I like his style of magic and his style of speaking and teaching. So I find it really good listening to Mystic Dylan. He has a really calming way of talking about it. I don't really listen to anything else at all, so I can't really give that many bits of information. What is an original name? So the belief is that names have power. So it's believed, anyway, if you follow certain traditions, that everyone is born with an original name. Born as in created, no matter what walk of life they were in, no matter what being they were, whether that was a spiritual being or whether that was a human. When our spark came into existence, it had a name. And that name is used in our first life. And then in every life afterwards, it becomes more and more of a distant memory. But it's believed that if you know someone's original name, you have power over that person. So people will find their original name through a lot of soul searching and spirit work and meditation and really getting nitty gritty with themselves. And some people will never be able to find it. But if you do find it, it's something that you don't tell anyone, because it has so much power, and it gives you the ability to know all of your past lives beforehand. And often you have to work through your past lives to find your original name. And it's why in a lot of the original stories, people like Rumpelstiltskin, names had power. And that's still found in fairy tales to this day. And it's based on the idea of your original name having great significance and having power over you, because it's almost the thing that controls you is your original name. Would you consider a witch that's been practicing for 3 years a beginner still? Yeah. It's difficult. Yes, no, it entirely depends on the person. I know people that study for a year, and they study hard day in, day out, and they know more than someone else could learn in 15 years just because of how they've learned. One person might learn gradually over the course of 5, 10 years. One person might learn all in one go in 6 months. They might learn a bunch of stuff. It's entirely dependent on how you feel and what you have learned, and whether you feel you are still in that baby category or that beginner category, or whether you feel you've gone above that. Have you done a cow tongue spell? No, I haven't, though I am not above it. I would definitely do 100% if I needed to. That kind of working for me is kind of last resort, because vegetarian, so it kind of freaks me out a little bit. But I would do it if I absolutely needed to. I tend to try, I give myself a fair shot, and I try a bunch of different options first rather than going straight in with the big guns. But if I ever needed to, I definitely would. You just often find that people don't need anything quite that strong. You'll often find that you can work them another way if you need to. I don't talk about my age because I have an educational channel, and people, especially on the internet, are exceptionally quick to use your age against you for whatever reason they want. And also, why is it important? That's another thing. I get asked it a lot. Oh, how old are you? What's your full name? I'm like, why do you need to know? Because you really don't. If you want to know what my name is, it's Eleanor. That is my birth name. But Please don't start calling me that in the comment section. I've had that quite a lot. Please don't start referring to me that just anywhere. I go by Hearth online because that's just what I feel most comfortable with. And I've already told you my age is somewhere between Youngblood and Machine Gun Kelly. And that is about as close as I'm going to get on the subject. If you don't know who those two musicians are, you can go and Google it and try and figure it out. But that's as close as I get, mainly because people, especially when you have an educational channel, is they will definitely they will know they do use it against you. And I have also had someone attempt to dox me, and I don't want to have to deal with that. So that's why I tend to keep it private. Would you recommend going to a witch camp? I mean, yes. I have a lot of people that I know personally that go to witchcraft camps. So they'll go to the Children of Artemis camps, and they'll go to a bunch of them, and they really, really enjoy them. I personally don't go, mainly because I don't like being trapped somewhere. I'm really bad at feeling as though I'm stuck in a certain place. So I have never been to one, but I have had so many people come to me and tell me that they are absolutely amazing. So I'd say definitely, if you're interested in going, definitely give it a go, because they are amazing. And some of the people that go to the camps, especially in England, are absolutely wonderful. So I'd say it's definitely worth giving it a go. Can you use crystal grids to link two altars together as you perform a ritual that might require both of them to be used at the same time? I mean, that certainly could work, yeah. I mean, if you want to link the altars that way, that definitely is an option. I've never bought a mystery box from you. What can I expect? Ooh, yay. Okay. So typically the boxes are 4 to 6 items. They include a crystal in every single box. It's usually a tumblestone. Sometimes it's a thumbstone. Sometimes it's a point or a wand or a shape. And then inside it's 4 to 6 items. They are often handmade either by me or by other witchcraft creators. And if they aren't handmade, then they are things that I have used myself that I absolutely love, that I want to share with you guys. So for instance, in the past, I've had Ali Reese Ceramic. She's the one that makes all of the mugs. She made me a collection of mugs for the Yule box last year. So everyone that got one of the boxes last Yule got one of the mugs. If you want to see previous boxes to kind of get an idea of what's in all of the mystery boxes, feel free to go to the website. There's a mystery box section on there. And as long as everyone has received a box, I put up the photos. So there's some boxes that don't have photos yet because some people haven't received their boxes. So once everyone has received their boxes, the photos get put on there. And then you can kind of click through the items and see what's in each of the boxes. You should get one of those neck and shoulder massages. Oh, I should, shouldn't I? God. So I'm so far behind. I just realized that Lizzie literally just said, all together now, before you cast a spell, because I'm predictable like that. Where was I? Anything for cleansing other than sage or palo santo? Oh yeah, I mean, rosemary, mugwort, yerba santa, sweetgrass. You can get cleansing incense sticks. You can get cleansing incense. It's just loose incense. You can use cleansing bells, singing bowls. You can use black salt. You can use their beats. They're not biurnal beats. It's something else. It's this vibration that you can use to cleanse. You can use the things that ding. I forget their name every time. You know, the two little things that go ding? Them things. I need to memorize what they are called. So yeah, there's lots of different options. You've got sprays, you've got salt water, you know, there's a huge amount of options. I have heard if you sing a song all the way through, it stops the loop. It doesn't. At least not with me. I always have a song in my head, and it flips. So at the moment it's it's usually either Catfish and the Bottlemen, just any of their songs, just literally any of them, or it's Machine Gun Kelly, Bloody Valentine, or it is Champagne Supernova. I've had that in my head for a really long time now. Or it's the Winnie the Pooh theme song, and I don't know why. It suddenly started. I was in a Skype call the other day, and suddenly it was Winnie the Pooh. I'm like, what? Why? What else wait, I have a question. What are other uses for chamomile? So chamomile is good for sleep, relaxation, calm. It's good for peace workings, happy home workings. It's good for communication workings, especially if you need to calm down arguments and get people to talk more calmly. It's good for prosperity workings and good fortune workings. And it's really good for abundance in all forms, so you can use it for abundance and happiness. It is also good for happiness as well because it's quite vibrant and yellow. So yeah, lots of different options. And where else can I use red brick dust? Well, you can typically red brick dust is used in kind of protection-y workings, but it really all depends on what you already use it for, because there's so many different things that you can use it for in so many different workings. But brick dust is a little bit more specific than, say, chamomile. Chamomile has a lot more various options compared to brick dust. Hi there, new to witchcraft and all. Do you have any tips? Start at the bottom and build up. Don't run before you can walk. Make sure you learn what magic can and cannot do, what witchcraft is and what it isn't, some of the basic practices and principles, and always make sure that you know what you're doing, why you're doing it, and how to cancel what you're doing before you start doing it so that you don't get yourself in any trouble. I have lots and lots of videos on the channel about beginner principles. I've got some on visualization, some on energy manipulation, which are really useful for beginners. So I have a beginner witchcraft playlist on the channel if you do want to kind of click through them all and yeah, see if there's anything in there that could be useful for you. Oh no, I would never use a ghostwriter. No, I've written too many books for that. I can write it. It's just having the moments of time to write the book. That's my problem because I'm doing everything at once. So like today I'm doing mystery box stuff. I'm doing this, obviously. I filmed a video this morning for the second channel. And then I'm editing 4 videos on the main channel. And then I have to put new stock on the website. And then I've got to process orders just today. So I find it quite difficult to slow down and give myself a little bit of time to write some in the book. And then when I do write some in the book, I have a tendency to go back through and like obsessively edit. And then I get sucked into that and then I end up making no progress. I end up just making edits. So it's slow work. It's definitely slow work. It'll be worth it in the end. But yes. Can you make small black candles for your website for protection? I can't find the ones I want. What kind are you after? Because at the moment, do I have any around me? It's on the windowsill. I can't reach that. We do the little votive candle size in black, if that's what you're after. We're hoping to do, or I'm hoping to do, should I say, candles that are already dressed with protection herbs and love herbs. But we have a few different options for candles that we can do in just plain black, if that is something that you're after. Oh, thank you so much, Emily. That would be really, really nice, actually. I just need to like write way more, way more. Sorry, everyone's discussing their favorite Winnie the Pooh character, and I love it. I have a few tarot decks, and I've noticed the more I work with them, the more clearly their individual personalities shine. Anyone else find that? I have found that. I found Some decks are very personable from the start. Like, I have one deck that straight away was like, if you don't like what I'm saying, too bad, bitch. Whereas I have another one which is like slowly come out of its shell the more I've been using it. So I do agree that some decks definitely do come out of their shell when you've been working with them a lot. It's that strange you say that. Never like dragon's blood, incense, or vampire's blood before eating. The smell puts people off food. See, I could smell dragon's blood incense every waking minute of the day, and I would be happy. I would be happy. So that's not true at all. Witchcraft has existed before and long after Wicca was around. Wicca hasn't made modern European witchcraft. That already existed. It's just that Wicca is just added onto it. And now everything is Wicca washed, everything. It's not bad that it's Wicca washed, but sometimes it gets frustrating if you're not after something that's Wicca washed. Oh yeah, Ronald Hutton is absolutely fantastic. He's an amazing, amazing speaker. I've done a bunch of events where he's been one of the speakers at the events, and by golly, is he amazing. If anyone wants a good documentary to watch on Wicca, because I know that I get a lot of questions about Wicca, Ronald Hutton actually did one called The Wicca Man. You can find it on YouTube. It was done by the BBC, I think, good like 10 years ago now, maybe 15, 20. And that's a really good documentary that you can watch. Ronald Hutton he's just such a fantastic person just to listen to. His voice is so calming and he's so respectful as well. At least I think it's him. I'm bad with names. Yes, it's him. I'm terrible with names. What do you think about freezing moon water and solar water to make it last longer? I made super moon water and want to be able to use it in a few months. I mean, you definitely could, yeah. I mean, it's probably a good way of doing it. See, I personally never do because I would inevitably forget about it. But it's definitely an option. Is there anything like the hyped up theme of familiars in witchcraft? That's actually really true. I'm getting rid of you. I don't care who you are, but go away. That is true. A lot of the time people are very quick to, oh, my cat likes my altar, it's my familiar. No, it probably isn't. I mean, although some people do believe that animals can be familiars, I personally don't. I can't really see it because the purpose of a familiar is to be able to traverse spiritual planes, and a physical cat can't traverse spiritual planes. The idea of an animal being a familiar mainly appeared in the where am I going with this? In the Middle Ages, where you have documentation of a woman, that usually a woman that they believe to be a witch, has a cat, and a lot of the time it's very much it's probably just a cat. And now you see it a lot. You see the, oh, how do I know if my cat is my familiar? It jumped on my altar when I was doing a tarot reading. I'm like, yeah, because it was probably curious as to what the hell you were doing. That's why I really like this book by Raven Gramassi, because he really does kind of break down the different versions of a familiar. And I really appreciate that he does do that, how he talks about the potential for animal familiars and spiritual familiars and that kind of thing. Oh, no, I've got the hiccups again. How do you begin the search for your deity? I'm not sure how to find the deity I should work with and don't even know how to begin. I personally, I mean, there's no book recommendations that I can offer because it entirely depends on the individual tradition. And most books that are on the subject of deities are on Western deities. You don't often find books on deities that cover a huge number of them. different pantheons. I'd say it depends which way you want to go. Some people will wait for their deity to reach out to them. Other people would find and do research on lots of different deities and lots of different pantheons until one of them is called out to. And then they'll start working with them that way. So it really depends the technique that you want to use. I know a lot of people now use the go searching for one and see what you can find, whereas I personally took the path of I will find the right ones when they call out to me. It really all depends on the different path. Oh, thank you so much, Leia. I really, really appreciate it. What would you give as an offering to Artemis? Now, Artemis is a difficult one. I don't really work with her at all. But when I have done any workings with Artemis, I have a tendency to use, I don't know why, I always use purple candles, like pale purple candles, always. It's driving me insane. I've got like a hangnail that's bothering me. But there are lots and lots of posts online. I mean, I just did a quick search here, and a lot of it is mugwort, birch, pine, wildflowers, frankincense, game meat, honey or honey cakes, fruit, nuts, woody incenses, even just music and dance. There's lots and lots of different options for all of the deities. So it's definitely worth, if you look through different YouTube videos, if you look through different sources of information online and see if you can find something that works best for you and your practice. Because I know some people will work just music and dance and almost emotive offerings. Other people will work more with food and liquids and flowers and that kind of thing. Can you recommend any kitchen witchcraft books? What do I have up here? I know I've got at least one somewhere. I actually feel like, oh, it's tiny. I'm not going to be able to read that. I can see it just at the end. It's super thin. I know that there is a book by Pagan Portals, which is really sweet. It's very small. By small, as in you can't even tell it's on my bookshelf. It's literally like right there, and it's squished in, and you can't even see it. They're very, very thin books, but they are really good, and I've read that one. What else have I read? I'm seeing if I can. I'm terrible with names, but I'm good if I can see what a book looks like. So what's another one that I have read? Is it this one? Kitchen Witchery. Was this the one? Hang on. Sorry, doing Googles while I'm at it. By Ceridwen Greenleaf. I think I've read that one, and that was actually really sweet. I like that one. But honestly, when it comes to kitchen witchcraft, you can't really go too wrong because it's such a variable topic. It's just every book is from a slightly different perspective. Oh yeah, no. If I was ever going to do merch, and it's difficult because having the time to design everything and whatnot, it would definitely be all over the world. I would never want to just limit it. See, unfortunately, with the Witch's Heart and the business on that side, things are a lot more fragile. Say t-shirts and pins and that kind of thing. So yeah, it's a little difficult, but for the merch stuff, it would be on a separate website and it would be international shipping so that everyone has access to it. Do you think the aftermath of this pandemic will have an effect on humans' relationship with the spiritual realm? I don't know. I think there's going to be two different types of people that come out of this entire thing. There's going to be the people that go back to normal within 2 weeks and forget it ever happened. And there'll be those that really take a step back and go, you know what? No, I want to change. I want to change how I respond to things. And even now, I'm seeing that there's a real influx of people that are turning to witchcraft and they're turning to alternative religion and spirituality. and they're almost discovering it during this time period. So if anything, I think it could make people more aware of spiritual planes at the end of all of this, whereas some people will just go back exactly how they were before, I think. The Witch and the Medium, that's the one. I like that one. What do you think of the witchcraft community on TikTok? Oh, I have lots of strong feelings about TikTok, and usually they aren't positive. I don't know anything about the witchcraft community, particularly on TikTok, but mainly I just dislike it's very blasé what I have seen. And it's a quick way of spreading a lot of false information to a lot of people. And I'm not saying that everyone on TikTok, or Witch Talk, as everyone keeps calling it, is going to be spreading misinformation. Not at all. I don't know anyone in particular that talks about witchcraft. But the people that have discussed it with me, it's very much a case of, if it's good information, fine. But equally, if it's bad information, that information is spread really, really quickly. And it's also difficult to pass over a lot of information on such a brief time period, because TikToks are not very long. And it makes it very difficult then. I am slightly worried in the long run that there's going to be a lot of people that will be, it won't be, oh, I discovered witchcraft by watching The Craft. It will be, I discovered witchcraft on TikTok. And a lot of people will maybe have missed the important information about witchcraft because there's really no way of sharing it in such a brief amount of time. I mean, whatever people want to do is fine, but TikTok kind of weirds me out. There's just something that makes me feel a bit uncomfortable about it. What do you know about egg cleansing for the home? I don't know anything because eggs weird me out. Yeah, sorry about that. Reincarnation versus ancestral memory. What are your thoughts? Well, as far as I'm aware, the two things are reincarnation and having past life memories is a past life that you have actively lived as your spirit, soul, energy, whatever it is you want to call it. And you are actively remembering things that you have actively done in the past. Whereas ancestral memory, as far as I have ever learned, is the built-in memory of your ancestors going back. And so it's not active memory, it's passive memory that's being passed on to you. No, what I mean by spark isn't like spark of life in the entire world. What I mean is when the belief is that when your particular energy that belongs solely to you came into existence, that is when you are given your original name. So it's not like the Big Bang set off and everything existed. It's more when your particular energy that solely belongs to you began to belong to you, then you would be given an original name. Oh, great. Now we've got Moon River. I'm not quite sure how I changed from Winnie the Pooh to Moon River, but there we go. Please speak on portals. In what way? Because portals is a very big, wide, diverse topic. Yes, the small votives. Yeah, we do the small votives in any color, basically. I am hoping to put bundles on the website soon where they're going to be like collections of things that you can use for particular intentions. So like protection working, have one that's a gargoyle candle, protection powder, protection herbs, protection oil, votive candle, protection herbs, protection powder, protection oil in kind of a set so that you can kind of do what you want with it. Or we offer those things just individually on the website as well. So all of the candles are custom order. So if you did want a little black votive candle, they are on there. They're in the plain candle section. What's the best resource for crystal correspondence? Oh, my favorites are the Crystal Bible series, but they are quite expensive, and there's at least 3 of them. At least there was 3 of them, there might be more, and they literally have, like, tens of thousands of crystal correspondence in there, so they're probably the best, but they are expensive. How do you recommend dressing your candles? I typically it depends on the intention of the candle. I typically dress them with oil on my hands, and then I'll either go top to bottom or bottom to top, depending on what I want to manifest. I then either dress it with herbs, or I dress it with powder, or for a bigger candle, you can carve into the base and stuff herbs inside that way. That way is really only suitable for the pyramids. I would reach across the table and grab it, but I don't know if I want to do that amount of exercise. You can carve at the bottom of the bigger candles, like the pyramids, the unicorns, the gargoyles. The others, it's best just to dress everything and load it all on the outside. How important is self-care to practicing any path? I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, it's important that you have self-care anyway. It doesn't not connected to witchcraft and magic, just that you have it. I don't find it particularly important to witchcraft if you already are doing it within your life. What are your books going to be about? So one is currently, are you represented by an agent for your books? No, I'm just self-publishing them. I can't be bothered to go through a publishing house. I was asked to a couple of years ago, and then the contract fell through. But honestly, it's just so much hassle. And I don't know, I like doing things at my own speed. One book at the moment is on candle magic, comprehensive candle magic, and the other is on beginner witchcraft. So everything that I try to preach and talk about in my videos, I want to have a very comprehensive guide just for beginners, so it's kind of a one-stop shop kind of thing. Some of these questions are questions that I've already answered further up, so you might need to go back and rewatch the stream to kind of get the answer to them, because some of them I've answered already like 3 or 4 times. How do I know if or when the Fae have accepted an offering? Well, sometimes it will disappear. Sometimes it will move. That can obviously be for normal things. Sometimes you just have to know. And that's all about building that relationship with the spirits involved. Once you have that kind of beginning relationship there, you can kind of figure it out from there. Oh, thank you so much, Valerie. Thank you so, so much. Aww. Where am I? I lost where I was. Where was I? It jumped. No. Oh no. Oh, here we go. Wow, I've nearly caught up to you guys. Oh. Everyone's talking about their cats. This is so stinking cute. Okay. No, for anyone asking me about other members of the community, I don't watch any other members of the community really. I've seen some Witch of Wonderlust videos. I really like Olivia. I've seen, I obviously have I follow Mystic Dylan on Instagram and stuff like that. I don't really know of anyone else in the witchcraft community. I tend to just steer clear of it because I often find that you're influenced by the things that you watch. So I like to keep my content just mine. So I don't really watch anyone in the community. Any witch tips for getting out of a depressive slump? I would say do things that make you happy in the witchcraft world. You know, if that involves meditation or candles or incense or journey work or happiness workings, positivity spells, cleansings can sometimes massively help. It really all depends on what you feel is best for you in that particular situation, the things that make you happy and uplifted. If you and Mystic Dylan ever did a collab, I would die of happiness in a good way. Honestly, I would die of happiness in a good way. I freak out. I'm terrible at working with people, and yeah, I there's a few people that I would love to collab with, but I would die. I would full on die. Like, I just fangirl and just can't speak. So it would probably not go very well. Oh, do you know any beginner books for learning about protection magic? It's not necessarily a beginner book, but it's an amazing book. It's up there and I can't reach it, but it's called Protection and Reversal Magic. And it is one of my favorite books on protection magic. I'll get up the author so that you guys can see what it is. It is by Jason Miller. Protection and Reversal Magic by Jason Miller. It's got a hand on the front cover, and it's probably my favorite protection book. Wait, what are the guidebooks to interpreting unique and specific decks like oracle cards, or is there a general consensus as to what upright, reversing cards mean for the major and minor arcana? Okay, are you talking about oracle cards or tarot cards? Because you kind of asked them both in the same question, because they are very different. I mean, oracle cards, typically every book is going to have its own unique way of looking at them, because every deck of oracle cards is different. They're all going to have different cards in there with different meanings and different symbolism. When it comes to tarot and oracle, there is a general consensus as to what each of the cards means, because every single deck has the same cards. They might look slightly different, they might have different artwork, but almost every single deck, if it's based on the Rider-Waite deck, will have the same meanings behind all of the cards, in which case someone that knows tarot can pick up any deck of tarot cards and know what every single card means. But every single oracle card is going to be different, and so you often need to read the book for the oracle deck, but not necessarily the tarot deck. Can I work with a dead animal as my spirit guide? I mean, I'm sure you can. Lots of people work with deceased pets and deceased animals. Yeah, I'm glad other people are kind of seeing what I mean with TikTok, in that it almost seems it's almost impossible to actually educate people on TikTok, because I don't know how long TikToks are, but they don't seem, it's like a minute too long for a TikTok. I don't know. How do you really get across the principles of witchcraft and magical practice in the space of a minute? I mean, I get a lot of complaints from people whining at me because my videos are too long. It's like, yeah, but if they aren't long, you can't get the information across. So if they're whining about my videos being too long, surely TikTok videos must be too short, because that is not a comfortable amount of time to get any kind of information across. It was the website for the witch spell pits. I feel like I'm missing something there. Do you use any measure of dream magic? I don't necessarily use, well, no, I do kind of. I have sacred spaces that I go to in dream that I do workings in, and I do keep my dreams stored so that I can look back and see if any of them had any significant meaning. So that's about as far as my dream magic kind of extends to. Can non-Native American people do traditional Native American smudging without it being cultural appropriation if they are guided by a mentor? That really entirely depends on the culture and the community that you're working with, I think. Oh yeah, no, that one is actually the one that I am working on first, is the back to front, top to bottom, out the front door shirt. I've been asked about that one so often, but I am struggling to find the time to do all of the artwork and stuff for it. And it's coming. It's coming. My website is thewitchesheart.co.uk. I'll put it in here so that you can find it if you want. That's the witchcraft stuff is all on there. Any sort of psychic moments, like visions of knowing things, etc. I do have this thing where I used to do it when I was a kid, but I can tell who's phoning without looking at my phone or knowing. It's that gut feeling. So I can be across the house and the phone will ring and I know exactly who is down the phone just by, I just know. It's always been really weird and kind of stressful. How long should you keep anointing oils before buying/making new ones? Do they go off? They definitely can go off, yeah. So it depends what's in the oils. Typically, if you've used dry ingredients, then they last for longer than if you're using fresh ingredients. If you keep them in dark places, they are going to go off slower than if you keep them in direct sunlight. If the caps are tight, they'll last longer than if they're not. But you'll often find that they have I typically use them for 2 years before I replace them. Unless they are going in bath water or I'm using them on the skin. I typically only use my anointing oils on candles and on spellwork items, and in which case, I'm happy to use them for about 2 years. You can typically tell when they're going off, the color changes, the smell changes. So I always keep an eye on that, and I always keep them in a nice dark place to make them last longer. What books do you have next to you for this Q&A? I mean, which side? This side I have Before You Cast a Spell by Carl McColman, The Witch is Familiar by Raven Grimassi. I have A Complete Guide to Fairies and Magical Beings by Cassandra Eason. And I have Moon Spells by Diane Alquist. They are the ones I always have next to me during live streams because I almost always need to grab one of them. Almost always. What do you think someone knows enough about witchcraft to actually practice it? And also, do you have any book recommendations regarding energy and how to control it? I mean, any decent beginner book should have information about energy manipulation and energy sensing. That's kind of ideal. You don't need a book to learn that, though. You can learn that yourself. There's lots of YouTube videos. There's lots of resources online that can help teach you that. I would say when you are comfortable in answering questions, and by that I mean, so you know the basic principles, you know how to sense energy, how to manipulate energy, you know how to ground so you're not using all of your personal energy, you know how to visualize if that's something that you're able to do, you know what witchcraft is and isn't and what magic can and cannot do. If someone was to ask you a question of how do you protect yourself in this situation, how do you undo this if you want to undo it, if you can't answer questions like that are going to help keep you safe when you're doing energy work, then I'd say you're not yet ready to go and jump into it. But if you can answer those questions and you feel comfortable to do so, then I'd say then it's probably a suitable time if you do want to start practicing. And a lot of the time it's that gut feeling of, okay, I'm ready now. I'm good. I can do this. That tends to be how you go. Any suggestions for discreet permanent altar? I'm sick and tired of constantly setting it up and packing it away. It's difficult. I mean, it depends where your altar is going to be. I mean, you can always do things like bookcase altars where you have essentially a collection of trinkets that are useful for your magical practice that maybe don't look like anything strange. So you can have it. I mean, mine are quite extreme, obviously, because I've got a bunch of shit on them. But having like bits and pieces that represent different things on a bookshelf, so it almost looks like it's just trinkety things that you've kept around. Or even things like it's permanent in a sense that you don't have to keep dismantling it, but keeping things in a box as you want it, like laid out as you want it. And then just being able to open and close the box and just sliding it under a bed or into a cupboard. And when you take it out again, it is right there exactly how you left it, rather than having to take everything out of it and put it back in again. Oh, it jumped. Oh, and it jumped again. I was doing so well as well. Here we go. I have nearly caught up with you guys. This is really strange. Oh my God, I saw a witch talk of a girl dumping broken glass in a public toilet with a sour jar. See, that is the kind of shit that I hate. When it comes to witchcraft and magical practice, it's important that you don't disregard general safety and common sense when you're doing it. So, dumping broken glass in any public place is not something that you should be doing, ever. But to take it a step further and to dump broken glass into a public toilet, where you don't know if that glass is still anywhere, you don't know if it's on the floor, you don't know if tiny pieces have ended up on the seat, you don't know where it's all gone. To me, that just doesn't sit right at all. That to me screams, I did this for the TikTok. And no shame to the girl, but I think people do still need to take common sense into account when they're doing this kind of thing. So, like, yeah, in theory, they've probably merged the idea of taking a piece of paper, like a piece of toilet paper, writing a petition on it, wiping your ass with it and flushing it down the toilet. They've probably taken that a step further. But there definitely needs to be that point where you have to think, is this a smart idea? And if the answer to that is no, then don't do it. Because you never know really what you don't really know what's going to happen with that. That's going to block the toilet. Some random person is going to have to go there and they're going to have to unclog that toilet. You don't know if they're going to get cut. You don't know if they're going to hurt themselves. But at this point, you clearly don't care, considering you shoved all the broken glass down a toilet. Like, I don't know. It's probably one of the many reasons why TikTok is really unsettling for me. There's just something about it. It's like, do it for the Vine. Now it's do it for the TikTok, where people do like really stupid, irresponsible stuff. But it gets a lot of views, and that's really why they do it. What's your favorite kind of magic to practice in, or practitioner in? I'm going to go with practice. What's your favorite kind of magic to practice in? I tend to work candle magic more than anything else. So figure candles, plain candles, novena candles. I absolutely love candle magic. I love candle magic. And then I love following it up with sachet workings as well. I do a lot of fire and air magic. Those are really the ones that I use the most based on my location at the moment. If I was in a different location, maybe I would do slightly different things. But yeah. Has anyone ever tried to curse or hex you? I mean, probably. Probably. Oh, thank you so much. I've just checked out your website and I'm impressed by how professional it looks. Thank you so much. You have no idea how much work I have put into that website. I'm a cheapskate, so I didn't have someone else design the website, so I just did the website, and I am so happy with how it turned out. Yeah, I mean, I've had the website. It's now five years since I started the company, and my website was awful. I mean, black with red writing, anyone? Yes, that is how my website started. Black with red writing. And wow, has it come a long way. Oh, I will have to check that out, Emily. So sorry. I've been completely manic this week with just everything. Just everything. So I'll have to go and check that out. I'm going to be filming a bunch of reaction videos. I have 2 that I've already filmed. One is on Jacqueline Glenn's video, except I don't know whether that one's going to go up because I don't want to be too harsh in the video. And so that one might be on Patreon only. I don't know. I'm undecided as to what to do with that yet. I'm going to send it to my mom and see what she thinks of it. And then I also have one on a separate video. What was that on? And then I have another 2 now that I'm going to film as well. But I like spreading it out so that it's, you know, 1 a month, not 1 every 2 weeks. And yeah, there's probably lots of websites on crystal correspondence. It's just I don't look at them. So I can't advise. I mean, you can just Google crystal correspondence and see if any websites come up. Like, it's one Google search. But I personally, because I don't use any websites, I can't really recommend any. But I do know those books, and I have used those books in the past. So that's typically what I use. But I'm certain that there are lots of websites that do crystal correspondences. It's just a case of just searching for them. Do you have any book recommendations on intent visualization and other meditation? I don't really know. I'm still working my way through the beginner books that I bought for you guys a couple of months ago. It's been a long time. I'm slow at getting things done. I can't remember if it has anything on like energy work and that kind of stuff, but the book that I do really like is Spellcasting Beyond the Basics. That's kind of a step up from before you cast a spell. It's kind of the next level. So that might have stuff in it, but off the top of my head, I'm not going to guarantee that it's got it in it because I haven't read it in about 6 years, I want to say. Yeah, mum approved videos. My mum's very scathing with videos. She's very, should you have said that? Don't say this. So if in doubt, I just ask my mom, do you think this is all right? Do you think I'll get sued? I mean, I always try with every video to give a fair response, always. But sometimes I do just want to like scream into a pillow. What do you do with the books you get but don't like or recommend? I just keep them. I have a bunch of them like that one. Let's put it back over here again. I have a bunch that I'm not much for, and they usually don't end up on my bookshelf. I have just stacks of books around my house. So I know I have another stack at least in my bedroom. I've got at least one stack in my bedroom. And I just don't talk about them because I don't want to be mean to the book. I mean, do I have anything down here? These are all new ones, I think, but I just don't mention them. I keep them. I keep them for reference. So I have a tendency, if I read a book on a subject, I'll then read another book on the same subject, and I'll compare the two, and I'll see if I like one more than the other. And I like keeping the bad ones as reference points, as what is wrong, what you don't want to be. So I have a bunch of books that are beginner books that were just complete fails. You know, I'm not going to tell you what the book is, but I got a book on beginner witchcraft for teens because I wanted to see if it would be a reasonable book to recommend to people that were maybe younger or parents who wanted to give their children something, you know, their age to read on witchcraft if they were interested. And I read this book, and by God, it was awful. All of it was Wicca, all of it. I mean, everything down to you need to have a goddess and a god, and you need to believe in this, and ye harm none, do what ye will. And I looked at this book and I went, well, it doesn't tell you it's Wicca on the outside, but that's all it was on the inside. And it's probably one of the worst books I've ever read. And I keep it, and it's full of notes. Like, it's full of like pencil notes, and it's full of Post-it notes. And I basically use that as my baseline bad book. And then everything else has to just be better than that. If it's better than that, I'll give it a chance. So I tend to keep them all. I did answer your question, Island Witch. I answered it about 10 minutes ago. Have you ever been overwhelmed by a particular gem or crystal? I don't know. Have I? Have I? I don't think I have for crystals. I know that a lot of people, and I know people personally, that they can't touch moldavite. They can't be in the same room as moldavite because it's just too strong. Um, I don't know. Have I ever? I feel as though I have, but I can't remember what it was. I usually don't when it comes to crystals. I do when it comes to waters. For instance, I use a lot of storm water and a lot of energy water. And there was one particular storm in 2016. I remember it so vividly because I remember what I did for it. And I have this giant bottle, ginormous bottle um, in my wardrobe. And it's been there for ages. And it's this beautiful, intricate bottle. And it's just like storm water. And this was one of the worst storms we've ever had. And I actually had to move it, and it's in like its own little protective corner now, because it would give me such extreme headaches having it that close to me. It was so strong. So I don't so much get it with crystals, but I do get it with other items. No, yeah, I lots of people mentioning about TikTok. I do, I don't know. There's something about it that's just so unsettling to me that I've seen so much misinformation being spread, and the number of questions that I've been asked has gone through the roof since Witch Talk became like this big thing, because people just don't. They're taking the bad information that some people are sharing, definitely not all of them, and they're running with it, and then they're getting themselves into trouble with it, or they're doing stupid things like flushing broken glass down the toilet, and it just, it just it makes you just want to scream. What's your favorite video you have ever made? Oh dear, I don't know. See, I'm exceptionally critical, so I ultimately end up hating every single video I've ever made. I don't think there's a single video on my channel that I don't want to take down instantly. But the reason I don't take it down is because I think it could be really useful to someone else, even if I hate it for the lighting or the color correction or my hair or my eyebrows or whatever it is. I don't actually know. I think my favorite video recently that I've made was actually a vlog. It was the vlog with the trousers, and I think it was called Positivity in Fancy Pants. And that's my current favorite video I've ever made. And also, weirdly, I've been making videos for the second channel, and there's something about making videos for the second channel that is so calming. I think thank you guys, by the way. I hit 40,000 subscribers yesterday. Thank you so much. It's unbelievable. But there is something about that figure where there's so much more pressure on you to make high quality videos that everyone is going to like. And that pressure almost makes me hate every video that I put out because it doesn't match the standards that I want it to be. And so when I make videos for the second channel, it's so much more fun because I have like less than 1,000 subscribers and it gets like barely any views. And you know what? I don't mind because it's that kind of, it's so calm and I don't have to worry about upsetting a bunch of people. And I don't know. So at the moment, the second channel videos are actually some of my favorite, even though they're completely unrelated. Right, you guys, this water has gone straight through me. So please entertain yourselves. Don't go flushing glass down toilets. And I shall be right back. Oh dear. Yes, Slytherin trousers. Slytherin trousers as always. Oh dear, right here. I've got to squish back in now. Oh, and I'm back. Right. Oh dear, right. Oh, I've made the full circle now. We're back to Bloody Valentine. Can't wait for the full album to drop. Like, it's gonna be blooming great. I've lost where I was now. Where was I? I'm a baby witch, very new to my path, and your videos have been so helpful in figuring out who I am as a witch. Oh, I'm so glad. What one piece of advice would you have for a new practitioner? Study way more than you think you're going to need. It's probably the best way I can do it. A lot of beginners, when they go into it, they try to only study the bare minimum. I tell them to study, and they go and study, but they literally study the smallest amount of humanly possible to then say, I've studied, what now? And realistically, when it comes to witchcraft, you're always going to be learning, and there's always going to be something else you need to learn. And it's always good, especially at the start, to learn as much as you can and to just try to take in as much information, and always learn probably more than you're going to need for the level that you're at, just so that you never find yourself in a position where you are struggling to know what to do in a situation. You know, you always want to know what is happening in a situation, how to fix it. And I think some people will jump straight into it, and they'll only have studied the absolute bare minimum. And realistically, you do need a lot more than that. Quiet, if you ever want to, there's a Discord channel down in the description box where there's a bunch of people on there. I don't know how many members we're at now. I don't know. We're at quite a few members now. And also, if you ever want to, feel free to DM me on Instagram. It can take me a really long time to get back to you, but that is an option as well. For reference, the Instagram handles are in the description box. Same with the Discord link as well. A lot of people ask me, you know, what is this stuff? It's always down in the description box. Have you experienced any paranormal activity? If so, are you doing a video on it? Oh, I would have too many videos to put out if I was to do a video on it. I've experienced paranormal stuff since I was a child. I've never not. See, as far as I'm concerned, if I was to ever live in a house where there wasn't a ghost or a spirit of some form, I think there was something wrong. I always like having paranormal activity in a property. I think it's really nice. And there's probably too many. I've mentioned it a lot in the live stream, so you can always go back through previous live streams of the different events that have happened, or they might end up on my second channel. That is another option. I might do like the ghosty cryptozoology stuff on that channel to keep this one just the witchcraft stuff. So there's a naughty pile. There is a naughty pile for the bad books. Yes, there's a little stack of them. Like, I like to find the positives in everything. So in every book, I'm like, that's really bad, but that's all right. But there are a few out there in the world. There are a few authors as well. There's one very specific author, but there's a few authors that I really dislike their work and can't find anything good about it. And they end up in this little pile full of notes. And anything that beats that makes it to stage 2. And if I find that it's really good and the good outweigh the bad, see, a lot of people really dislike Before You Cast a Spell by Colm McCollman because it's a little bit wicker washed. But as far as I'm concerned, in regards to other witchcraft books, especially beginner witchcraft books, the good outweighs the bad. And if I find I keep going back to it, then it ends up regularly appearing in my cycle of them. Yeah, we don't get many in England. I know, that's a real shame. We got one here about I say 3 days ago. It was the 9th, because I vlogged and that vlog isn't up yet. It's the 9th where we got a giant storm here, and it was, I was hyped. It was amazing. So I sat playing Animal Crossing just with the storm outside. It was absolutely amazing. But we don't get very many storms here in the UK, and it sucks, because stormy weather is probably my favorite, and we just don't get it. What do you think of these books that seem to combine Wicca with witchcraft and then just copy and paste of each other? Oh yeah, I call them non-books. They don't know what they are. They're there just to make money. And they are probably my least favorite of all of the books. I've got nothing against Wicca books. I've got nothing against Wiccan witchcraft books. What I dislike are the books where they can't decide what they are. So they're not Wiccan, but they're also not witchcraft. So they're not really anything. And I can pick up like 4 of these ghost written Wicca, witchcraft, not really either books. And they all have the exact same information in it because they've all just been ghost written. They're probably my least favorite kind of books within the community are the non-books, where they like the advertisable properties of witchcraft, but they haven't spent enough time studying it to know that it is different from Wicca. So they just kind of merge the two together in this non-existent kind of thing. And they are definitely my least favorite. Like, I don't mind books that are on Wiccan witchcraft, and it's a definitive combination of the two. But it's the books where they can't decide what they want to be. So they just become nothing with a pretty cover and some pretty Instagrammable photos inside. Boy, I have seen so many books like that. It's ridiculous. Are you going to do all of the element? Are you going to do all the elements magic? Oh, yes. Yeah. So I had to film it in 2 halves because it takes me about 2.5 hours to film a video. So I had a day where I filmed fire magic, water magic, and the water correspondences. And then not yesterday, the day before yesterday, I filmed earth magic and air magic in one day. So I'm currently editing earth magic. I don't know when that's going to go up. And then I'm going to be editing air magic. And then I'm doing a fire salts video. Like there are lots of videos coming out. It's just, I don't have the time to film them all in one sitting. So I've just had to kind of split them up a little bit. Are you going to be doing a Glastonbury trip this year? I'm really hoping they open the shops and start events there again soon. I was really, really hoping. I was hoping to be able to go down for my birthday. I really dislike birthdays. I don't have good reputation with birthdays. I end up generally having a bad time with them. But I really wanted this year to be able to go down to Glastonbury for my birthday. But as it is, I don't think that's going to be likely. Will I go down this year if things open back up again? Probably, if I can. But unfortunately, when I was hoping and planning to go, I don't think I'm actually going to be able to go, which is such a shame. Do you have any book recommendations for potion making and or potion ingredients? I actually don't know of any books on potion making. Although I would say the best way to go about figuring out ingredients for potion making is just to do research, herbalism, crystal magic, representations, correspondences, because essentially everything lines up in sachets, in potions, in kitchen magic, in candle magic. Almost all the correspondences line up. It's just about the method that you do the working in. So as when it comes to correspondences, I'd say it would probably be all the same. Did you ever name the ducks? No, I've never named the ducks. They go as of yet unnamed, but they're very sweet. Oh dear. Whoever said that to you is an absolute, I'm going to say it, they're an absolute asshole. Hi, Hearth. I have a mental illness. It is well controlled with meds and such. I was told I can't be a witch because of it. Is that true? Am I in danger? Am I a danger to other practitioners like I was told? Whoever said this to you doesn't deserve to be part of the community. I'm going to be really blunt about that. It's people like this that make the community so toxic to outsiders. I have mental illnesses. Almost everyone has something, whether it's controlled by meds, whether it's controlled by lifestyle, whether they just deal with it. There's so many people that have something. No one has the right to tell you that you are a danger to other practitioners because you have a mental illness controlled by medication. Who cares? Why does that matter? As long as you are able to have an intention and push your energy out into the world, then there's no reason why you can't be a witch. And the people that say otherwise are only trying to limit it for their own benefit. And it's absolutely disgusting. I'm sorry, that's absolutely disgusting. And you have just as much of a right to be a practitioner as they do. And realistically, let's face it, if they are going to be saying that to someone else, they have their own demons to deal with. It might be in different ways, but they definitely have their own issues to deal with if they feel the need to limit someone else's practice by spouting a lot of bullshit. So please don't ever let this put you off witchcraft. Please don't. Because everyone on earth, no one is perfect. Everyone has a problem. I have mental issues. I have several mental issues. Is it just controlled by lifestyle rather than medication? Yes. That doesn't make me better than someone that controls it with medication. That doesn't mean that I'm allowed to practice and someone else isn't. It's just crazy. I'm so sorry. I'm going to apologize for them because that's what you deserve, because whoever said this to you is a complete asshat. An absolute complete asshat. I've lost where I was now. It bounced. It bounced all the way down. Ah, here we go. Oh, thank you so much. I assure you 9.5 out of 10 of your videos are extremely helpful. I'm very grateful for that because honestly, I would probably dislike... I would take down like all of my videos if I didn't think that they would be helpful, because that's just what I'm like. Where are those trousers from? These are from Primark, I think. I got these and I got a Slytherin hoodie type thing as well. Have you ever gotten karma for a spell? I personally don't really follow karma personally. I mean, some people do. I don't. Have I had backlash from a spell? Not particularly. Mainly because I always make sure that everything that I'm doing, I am taking the utmost care to not receive backlash. I've had negative experiences after a spell work years and years and years ago now. Now I always make sure that every working I'm doing is justified completely, and I always make sure I'm following the correct path to make sure that I'm not getting backlash, so doing the right protections, doing the right cleansings, so on and so on. But yeah, I mean, I probably have at some point in the past. I absolutely love all of the Harry Potter house going on in here. This is fantastic. Yeah, so much TikTok hate. That's just breathe in the hate. I love it. See, I don't see on Instagram, it's kind of difficult. There are some practitioners on Instagram that I really, really like and follow, and they have beautiful aesthetic, but they have the knowledge to back it up. So people like Mystic Dylan, people like Olivia from Witch of Wonderlust, people like A Witch's Path. Is it called A Witch's Path? I hope his posts are called A Witch's Path. Anyway, I often share his posts on my stories. And there are some people on Instagram like the Veil Witch. There's a bunch that have so much knowledge, and they're on there with the pictures, but their stories are very knowledgeable, or they have a YouTube channel, or they have a blog. But I have to say that there are some on Instagram that are there solely for the aesthetic, and I don't mind it per se, as long as they aren't taking it a step further and being simultaneously insulting of witchcraft and also dressing up like a witch. Most of the time I just kind of accept it and move on with it. But I'd say Instagram is better than TikTok, mainly because a lot of the people on Instagram, they do have other forms of social media that they share knowledge on. TikTok just seems a bit strange to me. I don't know. I think I'm getting old. It seems so weird. Have you ever listened to Incubus Succubus? I have. I actually saw them live. I was at Witchfest last year and their set went on for too long. So I saw half of Incubus Succubus's set and then I saw Dan the Bard. Really, really good. Well worth a listen. Oh my goodness, I didn't even notice this. Thank you so much, The Garden Yogi. Thank you so much. Love you from Northern. Is VA Vancouver? I don't know. I'm really bad at these. Love your hair. Looks amazing. Oh, thank you so much. Oh my God, I want to give you guys all a hug, but we can't because social distancing. We're around 400 if I'm correct. Oh my God, 400 on the Discord server. That's amazing. Yeesh. Do you ever get annoyed with people asking questions all the time? I feel bad. No, not at all. No. I spent my entire life answering questions on Instagram or Amino or Facebook or email or, on here. I don't mind at all. It's one of the most fulfilling parts of doing this, is that I do get to interact with so many of you guys, especially on the live streams. I mean, there's a reason my last one was 6 hours long. It's because I absolutely love being able to interact with everyone and answer as many questions. Because I mean, especially now, there are so many resources available to us, but there's also so much contradicting information. And I think sometimes it can be a little bit overwhelming, especially if you don't have a community that you can go and you can ask questions in. So if anything, I feel as though I am just trying my best to do a little bit for you guys that other people did for me, 10 years ago. Because when I needed help, I went to communities that I don't even know if they're still around anymore. And they were willing to answer as many questions as I had for them. And whereas now you get people that get really annoyed by beginners asking them questions all the time. If anything, I just want to be able to give back to the community what I took out of it. And so I'm always happy to answer questions, always, always. Although sometimes if you send me like a DM or something, it takes me ages to get back to you because I'm like a million miles a minute, my brain is going. What do you think of Aaron Murphy Hiscock, the author of Green Witch and House Witch, etc.? Well, I can't reach it, but I have House Witch sitting just there, and I have another copy of it. I've got one up there. I've got one. Where is it? I've got another one somewhere. I've got a couple of copies of it just hanging around. It treads a line for me, and I think it's one of the books, and they are one of the authors that treads that line appropriately, where it is both beautiful and aesthetic, but it actually contains information. And that is the line that I need these books to be treading. I personally always say to myself, and I've said to you guys, if a book looks really beautiful, it's probably shit. So I've got books like Wikipedia. It looks really beautiful, but it's full of absolute rubbish half the time. I've got a bunch of books that are so pretty, but when you read it, absolute garbage. And it's often the books that look the ugliest, like this one, for instance. It's not the ugliest, but it's also not the most pretty book in the world. It's books like that that seem to have the best content. And House Witch and Green Witch, they tread that line. They're both very aesthetically pleasing, but they do contain information, and that is the line that I appreciate. I like it when they tread that line. Discord is essentially a giant website full of servers that people use for different things. Usually Discord is used for gaming, but a lot of people have it for just communication. So I have a Discord server that's linked down in the description box. Essentially, you sign up and it's just a free thing, and you can go in and it's a server with a bunch of different categories. And it's just like a giant forum where you can just ask questions and chat to the community and chat to other members. It's like a giant forum, but it's hosted on Discord. Do you have any recommendations on witchcraft documentaries? Oh, I was actually planning on doing a video on this. I'm currently doing research on a bunch of documentaries that I think are really, really good. I do like the Wicker Man documentary. Of course, that is on Wicca, but it is really, really interesting. And I like the historical documentaries. So I think Timeline, someone did a documentary. It's on YouTube about the Pendle witch trials, which happened in Pendle, England, and that's really interesting. I am kind of going through, I've got a giant list that I'm working my way through, watching them, writing down the good points and the bad points, and kind of working out what I like or not. So keep your eyes peeled for that. Will we be getting any more witchy vlogs? I hope so. I've just been really, really busy recently and haven't really filmed anything. I filmed the next vlog that's going out, I filmed over the course of like 2 weeks because I've just been absolutely manic. So hopefully I'll start doing the vlogs again. But I've just been working like 24/7, and I haven't really done anything that I can show you in a vlog, but hopefully soon you will. Do, 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 do. Watch me get demonetized literally just for humming Bloody Valentine. It would be just my luck. No, here I was. See, it jumped down. Right, here we go. See, everyone is just so great about this, chatting about their own mental health and how magic has worked with it and assisted it. Ooh, I am going to get that one. Recommended a book here about cursing and hexing. Now, I'm obviously not going to recommend it because I've not read it, but it is Dorothy Morrison's Utterly Wicked, Hexes, Curses, and Other Unsavory Notions. I'm always looking out for cursing and hexing books, so if you've ever got any recommendations for books that you think could be good on the subject, let me know, because they are few and far between, and if I can find a good book on the subject, I will happily read it. Someone told me I couldn't be a witch because I'm LGBT. That is ridiculous. Oh my goodness. The extents that people will go to is absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Do you know Hollywood Undead? I do, yes. I don't pay much attention to them, but I do know of them. See, I used to, I'll admit something rather quite embarrassing. It's still there, actually. I have a Tumblr. I started off my business when Instagram wasn't really too big of a thing. So I had a a Tumblr page for my business where I posted just a bunch of educational content. And I really liked it. Like at the time, Tumblr was really good for educational content. And then after a while, it just became all like edits and aesthetically pleasing stuff. And it just lost its educational charm. And so then I just kind of gave up on it completely. When's my birthday? My birthday is July 1st. So I was really hoping that I would be able to go to Glastonbury for my birthday. But I'm not, and now I'm sad. Well, no, I might be able to. We don't know how the lockdown is going to shift before then. But even so, it's cutting it close, honestly, if I was even going to be able to go down to Glastonbury for my birthday. So currently, I might just be sitting around in my house in lockdown by myself playing Animal Crossing on my birthday. But there we go. I was there for that 6-hour live stream. Yeah, Phil disappeared before the end. Best cord cutting spell you have come across. Oh, I have a lot that I'm planning on doing videos on. Don't you worry about that. That is the plan. Anyway. Oh, thank you so much. Everyone really likes the hair. I really appreciate it. I was freaking out thinking that nobody would like it. The only downside is that on this, the color that you are seeing on this camera is relatively accurate to what it looks like in real life. Whereas on my filming camera, it doesn't look like this. It looks kind of gray and weird. So I don't know. I don't know what my camera is doing to that. Do, 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 do. Meow, 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 meow. Just joined your Patreon. Oh, thank you so much, Jackie. Oh, everyone's so nice. Have you ever watched the Blair Witch Project? And if so, what is it? What is it about? What are my friend? Wait, what? Okay, Blair Witch Project. And if so, what is it about? What are my friends recommending it to me? In a way, I think he wants me to be awake for a week in time. I've never seen the Blair Witch Project. It's one of those films that follows the whole mockumentary thing where well, not mockumentary, but they're meant to fake the fact that it was real. And I tend to steer clear of anything like that. The only one I like that's a similar style is called Troll Hunters. That is a great film. But I don't know, anything like the Blair Witch Project, I tend to just steer clear from because I know it's going to frustrate me. So I never really bother with it. I mean, especially the style of it, how it's people are meant to think it's real. It turns it into a semi-documentary, and usually they're quite scathing of witchcraft. So honestly, to save myself the anger and the frustration of watching it, I just never have. Other than witchcraft and making videos, what is your favorite thing to do? I don't know. I have a lot of hobbies. I like to sing. I like to dance. I like to play games. I like to draw. I like makeup and alternative fashion and alternative clothing. I like writing and reading. I'm a bit of a jack of all trades. I like almost anything, honestly. But I tend to spend 95% of my existence just working. Working and YouTube tends to be what most of my existence is. This isn't witchcraft, but what is your favorite movie? I don't actually know. I like movies. I watch a lot of them. I like different ones in different categories. So like the Harry Potter franchise is got to be up there in like my all-time favorite films, particularly Half-Blood Prince. That is my favorite of all of them. I love the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Chef's kiss, love it. Weirdly, I really like Jupiter Ascending. That's a really good film. Everyone shit on it, but I really liked it. I like Two Night Stand. I never like singular film. Like there's never one film that is my favorite film forever. It really depends on like what I've been watching recently. Oh, everyone's so nice. I want to give you all hugs, but I can't. Do, 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 do. What brand do you use for your hair? My hair color is similar to yours, but I can't get the color to stand out like you do in yours. So this side is Plum by Directions, Lowichi Directions, and this side is Apple Green by Directions. But this color is dyed over the blue that was left behind by the purple. And then the ends are still orange, kind of, from the orange hair dye. It's kind of a big conglomeration of all of them. But I have been told by my hairdresser that my hair is oddly porous. So that could be why it stands out. But yeah, that's what I'm using at the moment for the colours. I might change the green though. I don't know if this green is green enough. I don't know. It's not quite Beetlejuice green enough for me, you know? So this colour might end up changing, but for now, that's what I use. It jumped me again. Oh, it jumped me again. I don't actually bleach my hair myself. The way I do it essentially is I have my hairdresser bleach. So typically by now, this would have all been bleached. So this was bleached, I'm going to say 5 years ago. All of this was like the ends were bleached 5 years ago. And once it's bleached once, I never have it re-bleached again. So the ends will have been bleached like the first time I had it bleached. And then all of this has been done in like stages afterwards. And then I literally just strip all the color out of it just by washing it and just letting it all fade out. And then I just re-dye over it again. Water is needed. Do you have a day job in the mundane world? No, I don't. The company is my job. So the Witch's Heart is my day job. That is what I do full time, basically. And then I do the YouTube separately. God, I've got something in my throat and I don't know how. All I did was breathe. We both know why you like Jupiter Ascending. Okay, I can't deny it. Okay, what's his name? I forget what his name is. The tall guy with the muscles from 21 Jump Street. Him. But equally, I think the idea of it, the entire story behind it is really interesting. So that's one of the other reasons why I like Jupiter Ascending. But yeah, no, my day job is the company, The Witch's Heart. So that's the online store and the mystery box and also the events that I travel to do and the talks. And then on the side, it's the YouTube stuff. So that's basically my job. Channing Tatum. Names. I'm not good at names. I'm good at faces. Oh. I'm almost caught up. This is freaking me out now. Only 3.5 hours in and I'm already nearly caught up. Something is wrong. Why did you leave Wicca? Because I was never really interested in it. I have been practicing what I am practicing now since the start. So I began my practice just innately. It's what I was immediately doing from the start. It was like an automatic thing that I was doing. And then I was told by a lot of practitioners around me that I shouldn't be doing that and that I needed to be followed this other way. So I was essentially told that it was either you followed Wicca or you didn't follow anything. So I started following Wicca because that is what I was told by everyone that I had to be following, even though it wasn't what I was naturally doing. I was automatically practicing the way I am now. And so I followed Wicca for a few years and I ended up realizing that I I didn't want to be Wiccan. I wasn't interested in Wicca. I was doing it and I was following it because I was told that I had to. So I left that behind, and then I went back to my natural practice. So that's really why I left Wicca, for no reason other than I never really wanted to follow it. I was following it because I had to. I've never seen Beetlejuice. Is it good? I think it's great. Does that mean it's necessarily good? I'm unsure. It's very much a Tim Burton 1980s style film, and that's very obvious when you watch it. But I personally absolutely love it. Which tarot card do you think represents you the most? Ooh, I genuinely don't know. Possibly the moon. I'm gonna go with the moon. It was a toss-up between some of the others, but I'd call myself out too much if I gave you that. So let's go with the moon. Where was I? Channing Tatum, I'm genuinely surprised you forgot his name. I know, I'm surprised I forgot his name too. It's impressive, really. I mean, I can see spirits, if that's what you mean. It keeps jumping, Roxanne. I've always been able to see spirits, even when I was a kid, in shades, which is, yeah, one of the reasons why I caught up with it. She's caught up. Quick, spam. Oh my God. I'm interested in witchcraft, but I'm afraid of spirits. Do you think that will be a problem? It depends. I mean, not everyone works with spirits in their magical practice. You know, spirit work is something kind of, it's not separate. For many people, it's included in, but not everyone chooses to work with spirits. And also, I suppose the question is, why are you afraid of spirits? Because likely a lot of the time it's due to misconception and inaccuracies, and spirits aren't actually like that. So if anything, you might break out of your fear of spirits by connecting with them a little bit. That is the best way of describing actually, Phil. It's a classic film, very much of its time. Agreed. If Beetlejuice came out now, it would be shit. I actually went to see Beetlejuice. Its 30th anniversary. I went to see it in the cinemas again. It was amazing. But it is very much it's very much of its time. You can definitely tell, definitely. The Wheel of the Year isn't Wiccan. I mean, Wicca uses the Wheel of the Year, but all of the celebrations within the Wheel of the Year come from different pre-Christian traditions. So some are Germanic, some are Celtic, some are Scandinavian and more Norse traditions. It's just that Wicca kind of coalesced all of these festivals into their own Wheel of the Year. A lot of the traditions, a lot of the events date back prior to Wicca. So you can follow, in fact, many people follow the different aspects of the Wheel of the Year in their own religion, in their own tradition, in their own practice, without them being part of Wicca. Yeah, I struggle with that as well, Vivian. She says, I always feel that when I try to explain what I do to non-practitioners, I have to explain that I'm Wiccan, or they think I'm a Satanist. I'm a pagan eclectic witch. How do I explain that it's neither? I actually also thoroughly struggle with this. I get asked all the time, well, what do you do for a living? And it's usually, you know, by people I went to school with or people I've not seen since I graduated. And I have to explain to them. Sometimes, depending on who it is, I will just say, I run a pagan store. Because the moment you use the word witch in a brief sentence with them, they will freak out. And it's difficult. It's hard to gauge the crowd that you're talking to. I try to use the term witch and witchcraft as much as I can, just to try to spread that it isn't what people think it is. But sometimes even I have to go pagan or Wiccan or new age, you know, I have to add something else in to stop the other person from freaking out. And generally I work on the principle that if they want me to explain the entirety of it, I will sit down and I will explain it all to them. But most people, when they ask the question, they don't really care what the answer is. They'll forget about it in 2 minutes anyway. What's the difference between tarot and oracle? So tarot cards are typically based on one of a few varieties of decks. So the most common deck that tarot cards are based on is the Rider-Waite. Can I reach it? Can I be bothered to reach it? No, it's over there. Essentially, they're all based on the same system. So tarot is 78 cards, I believe. 22 major arcana, and the rest are minor. Every single tarot card deck that's based on one of these deck systems is the same. So the illustrations might be different, but the cards are the same. So it works like a typical deck of cards where you'll have like the Ace of Pentacles, the 2, the 3, the 4, the 5, the 6, the 7, the 8, the 9, the 10 of Pentacles. And then you'll typically have a son, a daughter, or, you know, whatever the deck might have. And then a father, mother, king or queen for each suit in the minor arcana. And then you'll have the major arcana, which are the archetype cards. So you can pick up 4 different decks of cards, and if they're all based on the Rider-Waite deck, they will all have the same cards in them. So once you've learned how to read tarot, you can pick up any deck of tarot cards that's based on the Rider-Waite system. You will be able to read that deck. Whereas when it comes to oracle cards, every oracle deck is unique. There's almost always a different number of cards in a deck. So I've got some oracle decks that are 32 cards. I have some that are 86 cards. They're all different. And usually in every single oracle deck, they will be completely unique cards with different meanings that have been created by the creator of the cards. So every single oracle deck will usually come with a guidebook that you really need to look through to figure out what the cards mean, unless you're going slowly on intuition. Whereas if you were to pick up 4 tarot decks, you'll be able to read all of them based on one deck. The deck that has the father-daughter, I'm going to try and reach over this. It's going to be embarrassing. I have this giant set. Right, I'm just going to sit up here. Let's do it this way, shall we? And I'm going to try desperately hard not to fall off this seat. Right. This is the deck that I have that has the father mother in it. This is the Wild Unknown. And in here, if I can find you some of the cards, this is probably one of my most used decks of all of them. It was my first full tarot deck. If I get out the cards and see if I can show you what I mean. So there's one of them. So that's the Father of Wands. So it does it son, daughter, mother, father on these ones. Mother of Cups there. So, there's Daughter of Pentacles. That one. I love the artwork on these. They're some of my favorite cards of all time, I think. Yeah, there's Daughter of Swords as well. It's one of the only decks that I've got that is mother, daughter, father, son type wording. But I think it works really, really well in a deck like this. I really, really like it. God, these are making my arm go dead. These are really strong cards, these ones are. If I need an answer, I go to these ones. There's a Father of Pentacles. They're so beautiful. So this is probably one of my favorite decks of all time, actually. Like of all time. A random reversed card. Now, I don't shuffle my cards with reverse in them. But that one was reversed. Father of Cups. So yeah, that's that. It's one of the only decks I've found that has the this style in it, but I do really, really like it. Fit it back into here again. Like that. Right, where was I? There I was. Curious, what beliefs do you hold within the pagan umbrella? I personally follow spiritually, I work with ancestors, and I also follow what would probably likely be considered the closest that I could get to a name would be Celtic neo-pagan, mainly because that's where my deities come from. Ceridwen is Welsh and Bridget is Irish. So it's probably about the closest I can get to describing it. Why does anyone have to fall under the pagan umbrella? You don't, definitely not. But often, a lot of people do fall under the pagan umbrella. I mean, Wicca falls within paganism, but it isn't paganism, if that makes any sense. Wicca isn't all of paganism, but it falls under the umbrella of paganism. Oh no, I'm changing my YouTube profile picture. I hate it. I hate it so bad. I changed it for the first time in 3 years, and I hate it. It's too blown out. I need to fix that majorly. Do you ever dabble in necromancy other than calling on spirits to assist in spell work? I don't go any further than that, no. Not me personally. I know people that do, but I personally don't. I'm afraid I'll make a mistake and anger a spirit or demon, that's why. And that is why it's always important to do your research first. I mean, realistically, if you do plenty of research and you know what you're getting into, you will be completely fine. Do, 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 do. Is there a video you would like to make but won't because of YouTube or the culture that surrounds witchcraft? Oh, there are so many, so many. I have a bunch of videos that I always wanted to film on my personal practice, except every single time I do, I'm called a disgusting bitch and I shouldn't be allowed to make the videos. So I've got to the point now where I make content that YouTube wants me to make and that the community wants me to make, because if I step out of line, I am a disgusting human being. So I've got to the point now where I make what people are going to like, and that's about as far as it goes, because otherwise I just get a bunch of shit in the comments and in my DMs. And there's so many videos that I would love to make, but I'm just not going to because it's not worth the hassle. Like, I mean, I'm fine if anyone wants to chat with me privately about that kind of stuff. It's just that on YouTube, on the internet in general, people will jump down your throat for legit anything. And you get fed up of dealing with it. You know, after a while, you just get fed up of it. So there's lots and lots of videos that I would love to make, but I just won't. I'm not making the videos that I want because I'm fed up of having to defend myself. I'm fed up of having to bite my tongue and pretend like people aren't being assholes. So I don't. So I make content that people will approve of. And that's about as far as it goes with that, because I have a reasonable thick skin, but you get to a point where you're fed up of dealing with it. So I just don't want to deal with it anymore. What's this? How do you read tarot? Oh, that is a whole thing that I am not going to be able to teach you in a in a live stream. Think of question, shuffle cards, deal them out, read each card individually and connect them all together in order to gain a insightful response on the question that you're trying to answer, is about as brief as I can really get with it. Because it's a complicated and it's a diverse topic, and tarot is something that definitely takes a significant amount of time to learn. And because of that, it's not something that I can just teach on a live stream, unfortunately. I'm not disabling comments, because the moment you disable a comment, you are accepting that what you're posting is wrong to many people. So it's like the worst, fastest way to get yourself shit on is to disable the comments. It is an absolutely beautiful deck. I got this deck. It wasn't my first deck. My first deck was a tiny deck that is still got blood on it because it gives me nosebleeds every single time I read it. I got this deck secondary to that just because the artwork is so stunning, and the energy of it is really, really strong. If I'm honest though, the deck that I use the most is the Magic Manga Tarot, just because it gives me such no bullshit answers that I really like that one, but I do use this one quite a lot as well. Would you say that witchcraft in general is part of paganism? No. I wouldn't say so. I mean, it depends on your definition of paganism. Some people consider pagan religions to be religions of the people. Other people consider pagan religions to be anything outside of the Abrahamic religions. But there are many people within the Abrahamic religions that also practice witchcraft. And witchcraft is secular without religion. So I wouldn't really class it as paganism in its own right, because you don't need to be a pagan to practice it. So I personally don't put it under the paganism umbrella. I know lots of other people do, but just not me. I could put them on Patreon. Yeah, I mean, I could, but the issue I have with it is it's still on YouTube for me to put it on Patreon. And then you always have the issue of people downloading it and re-uploading it. And I learned very quickly on YouTube, people are dicks. And it's never the people that watch, it's the people that hate watch, or it's the people that just want to attack other people. And the sad thing is that they do exist. And if you make the content, then someone is going to find it that you don't want to find it. So I'm working on the principle of I make content that I'm fine with everyone finding, because that way you never really have a problem. So that's personally what I go with on that one. And it sucks. I mean, every single day I get comments and I get messages about it. And you just, sometimes you just want to delete your entire channel and just leave, you know? Oh, now we're on Numb by Linkin Park. The songs, they're just like on a playlist in my head. Would you ever do a video on how to make Florida water? I would, except if I did, I would get shit on. It's just one of the many things that I would love to do a video on, but I know that I basically can't without dealing with a bunch of crap. And it's upsetting to me because I want to be able to make the content that I want to create, but my thick skin only goes so far, you know? But maybe in the future, maybe if I suddenly develop an exceptionally thick skin, I will make a video on that. I live near a nature park that was an old ironworks. Do you think the fae still reside around there, or do you think it'd be less frequent? I mean, it depends on the type of fae. I know that some types of fae, from experience, are not repelled by iron. Some are, some aren't. I think it very much depends, because the fae is such a diverse collection of spiritual beings. I think it very much is what is bad for one isn't bad for another. So you might find different fae varieties around there than usual. Or you might find just limited fae in general, or all the fae that live around there might be fine with it. So I think it definitely entirely depends on the beings that are residing in that area. I love the color of your fingernails. Oh, thank you so much. The neon orange. See, that could be something that I end up doing. I end up putting, I'll have to have a play around with Patreon. At the moment, I'm struggling to balance everything. So, I mean, I do 2 videos a week on here, and then I have the rest of the business stuff to do. I'm kind of struggling to keep up with everything. So making content for Patreon as well, that could be a step too far, but it doesn't have to be. I mean, it could be just an additional video a month, which wouldn't probably break my scale of time. You know, what am I trying to say here? My calendar, you know what I mean? I could probably fit that in somewhere in order to do that, and maybe put the content that I possibly couldn't put on YouTube on Patreon as a Patreon only thing, and do it that way. I don't know. I'll have to have a look. I hate putting my content behind paywalls. That's why I never ever wanted to do it. I have the option to do YouTube, what's it called? Where you've got a join button. What's it called? I don't know what it's called. I have now been given the option to do that if I wanted to, where there could be videos specifically for subscribers, not subscribers, people that join the YouTube channel. Or I could do it on Patreon, but I never ever wanted to put my content behind a paywall. But I have got to this point now where I get fed up of all of the and I kind of want to do something because I still want to share it with you guys. I'm not certain yet as to how to do that. So yeah, I'm definitely going to have to find a way to do that. Oh no, it jumped. Where did I get the lovely mug? This is from Ali Reese Ceramics. The link to where you can get them from or the information is on my favorites video. It's the newer of the two favorites videos. I spoke about this, not this mug exactly, but the lovely lady that makes all the mugs. I do events with her and she's absolutely lovely, and all of my mugs come from Ali Reese Ceramics. I love their mugs so much. My Discord is for simply chatting. So I noticed that there was so much conversation going in the comment section of videos and it was amazing. But the issue is the comment section, after a while, less people are going on and the questions that are on there aren't necessarily being answered by multiple people the same as they were straight away. So the Discord server is essentially, people can chat like it's the comment section of the YouTube channel, but they can ask questions and other people can answer them and people are on there all the time. It's basically just a big community of witches and pagans that can just chat together. There's like non-pagan witchcraft categories that you can just casually chat in. And then there's witchcraft channels that you can chat in, and there's like an 18+ section and all that kind of stuff. And now I'm going to go back up to where I was before because I completely lost where I was because it bounced. I'm so going to get demonetized just for humming that. Where was I? Oh my goodness. Oh, if you're following a Celtic path, do you have an oracle deck that you can recommend that follows this path? At the moment, I don't think I do. I actually, it's not so much the Celtic path, but I got a deck recently that is for the website, and I got myself one because I am completely, I've got to put all this back now. I'm completely obsessed with King Arthur and all of that kind of stuff. So I got this one, and it's not so much Celtic, but this is the Camelot Oracle deck. And I am very looking forward to going through this and putting them on the website. So feel free to check out the website in the next couple of days to see if this is on there. But it's the closest I've got so far to a solely Celtic Oracle. The only other ones I've got actually are, oh my goodness, I got sent it in the post. Oh, he was so lovely. Edwin Courtney is an author. I'll get the name up right. Edwin Courtney is the creator of absolutely beautiful decks. I actually, one of them, which is which one was it? I forgot which one it was. I'll get it up. Hang on. I'm trying to think of like way too many things at once. So I do events with Edwin Courtney, and I got Oracle of the Pagan Spirit as a deck, and I did it in a reaction video. Not a reaction video, oh my brain. I did a favorites video because I love that deck. Another one which is called The Wisdom of Merlin, which could be good. I don't know if he's going to restock them again. The link to his page is on my favorites video, my most recent favorites video. It's got a picture of a gold plaque as the thumbnail. He does the most beautiful Celtic inspired decks imaginable. I love them so much. Unfortunately, it's hidden in a way that I can't actually reach it right now. But his decks are sublime. I mean, let's have a look. I was thinking of getting my daughter her first deck. She's very young, but she has been drawn to cards since infancy. Should I get her a plain Rider-Waite? I was thinking about the anime one. See, oh no, it depends. You could almost let her choose the deck that has the imagery that she is most drawn to, or you could just go straight for the Rider-Waite because it is like very simplistic imagery, I suppose, that gives a good foundation for tarot cards to later date. But I'd say maybe seeing if, the Celtic Wisdom, that's a good one as well. That's a good tarot deck, Oracle deck. Sorry, wait, tarot deck. I lost completely my train of thought then. But having her pick out the images that she's most drawn to could be a really good way as well, because she might immediately be drawn to a very certain style or a certain deck that could really help. Oh, Mists of Avalon. Oh, that is a good deck. I love you guys helping each other out. Oh, thank you so much, Music Party. Oh. Oh, it jumped again. Oh, I always know it's going to happen because it like lags for a second and then boom, straight down to the bottom. Can you give an explanation on your deck giving you nosebleeds? Essentially, there's one. I will get it. I will grab it, and I hate this deck so much. Oh, I hate this deck with a fiery burning passion. Right, this was my first tarot deck. It's a royal tarot, so it's only the major arcana. And you can see it's battered to hell. And I got this online because I couldn't go into a shop to go and buy it. And okay, right. It's horrible. And the energy of these cards is just, they look beautiful, right? They look really cute, really sweet. I can already feel it. If I get a nosebleed, you know why. And they're very sweet, like very pastel cards. I mean, even the death card is sweet, kind of. And I had these for ages and ages and ages. And I was trying to use them. And I couldn't figure out what was going on because I would get answers like, where's the blood? Yeah, it's all over the pages. And I would be reading them and I would just get headaches and then my nose just started bleeding. And every time I used the deck of cards, guaranteed my nose would bleed every single time because they really dislike me. I don't like them. They don't like me. Except the difference is that, I mean, you can't really see it, but all these spots on all of the pages is just my nose just dripping with blood. They didn't like me. I didn't like them. The difference is that they could do more damage to me than I could to them. So we ended up with a deck of cards that really doesn't like me and is going firmly back in its box again. The deck isn't hexed. The deck isn't cursed. There's nothing wrong with the deck. If anyone else was given this deck, I gave it to my partner at the time who was also a practitioner and he could use this deck no problem at all. But I've cleansed the deck. I've done everything with the deck. It's not that the deck has any energy on it that's wrong. It's not that it's cursed or anything. It's literally just that my energy and the deck's energy just don't work together. And so I do get nosebleeds when I work with this deck. So I then got my nice tarot deck down there instead. And I keep this one. I never want to get rid of it because it gives me it's that memory of a point where I had a tarot deck that made my nose bleed. And let me just check because my nose feels particularly sore. No, we're good. And I have used it since and it has given me nosebleeds since. So all in all, not the best deck for me to use there. Let's see. Oh my god, yes, Arthurian deck. Yeah, I am so looking forward to this. Actually, you know what? I'm going to open it on stream because this one's mine. I got several so that I could put them on the website. And this one, I've So I only realized recently, actually, that one of my favorite places in the world is North Wales. It's a county called Gwynedd in North Wales. And my other favorite place in the world is Glastonbury. And both of these places are joined together by the same story of King Arthur and the Round Table. Gwynedd is named after Merlin's mother, I think. And the county is, I can't get into this. Oh, this is frustrating. It's named after Merlin's mother or something similar. So my two favorite places are joined together by the same legend. And I have been obsessed with the idea of King Arthur and the Round Table and Merlin and all of the stories for years and years and years. So when I saw this deck, I'm like, I gotta have it. I gotta have it. I can't open it. This is frustrating. I wish I had a set of scissors. Never mind. I got it. I've always been obsessed with the idea of King Arthur and the Round Table and Merlin and the other world, the Celtic other world. And I absolutely love it. I love it so much. So when I saw this deck, I'm like, you know I got to get it. You know I got to get one for myself. So I did. I got one for myself. So this one is now mine. Oh, I hate it when they come with plastic on. Like, I know that they need to, but God, waste of plastic. Right. Right. Put you down there. Ooh, it's like an unboxing for you guys on camera because I've not actually opened this yet. Oh my goodness, it's a very tight fitting box. It's like Christmas. Right. Oh, wow. Nimue, straight away, Nimue. Cool. I like this. I like straight away Nimue's on the cover. I love that. So that's the book with Nimue on the front. Love it. That is beautiful. Full-sized book as well. Does anyone want me to do like a full review of this deck, by the way? Because I've not done a deck review in so long. It feels like it's been forever. Oh, wow. What is this? Oh, cool. Wow. Look at this. Avalon. What else have we got in here? So we've got Camelot, we've got Avalon, Castle Mortal, the Wells, Grail Castle, Saras, the Hermitage. What's this? Joyous Guard and Green Chapel. That's really cool. That is beautiful. I've never seen a deck come with this before. I will do a deck review for you guys then, because that is something that I love doing. I love doing deck reviews. The first thing that strikes me is they look very similar to the deck that gave me nosebleeds, but every deck is going to be different. Ooh. These are cool. It's not artwork that I would typically go for usually. I typically don't go for this very classical, like this style. I typically don't go for that kind of style, but I saw the fact that it was Arthurian and I'm like, damn, you know I'm going to get one of these. So oh, look at Guinevere. Beautiful. Oh my God, these are nice. Like, you know I'm going to buy a deck if it is Arthurian. Nimue, I have a soft spot for Nimue. Like, so nice. Okay, right. I'm going to save the rest of them for when I do a review on them. Oh, Merlin, cool. Ooh, Mordred, Morgana. Oh, I like Morgana. Nice. Right. See, I don't typically go for this style. I know a lot of people absolutely love this style, but I just never have. But, oh, wow, what are these? Oh my God, this is like no deck I've ever seen before. They have these. Like they were Deepening Path, Wandering Path, Honored Path, Doubtful Path, the Hero's Path, the Determined Path, the Resolute Path, and the Turning Path. What are these? This is so cool. I'm going to have to like fully go through this and get back to you on how I feel about that, because that is really stinking cool. Oh my goodness. Okay. Coolio. So I do have three more of these, two more of these decks that I managed to get. And I'm glad I opened this one as mine because it's got a bit of a dent in it there. But and I will be putting those on the website soon. So if anyone wants to get one of these decks off me, they can do that. The links are always down in the description box anyway, but I will be doing a review on this because, oh yeah, it's by John Matthews with illustrations by Will Worthington. I really like that. I absolutely love that. Right, I will be doing a full detailed review on that one. Oh, always love a new deck. There's just something about it, you know? That's really cool that one of my grandmothers is Welsh and her name is Ceridwen. That's really, I always love the name Ceridwen. It's absolutely beautiful. I have this affinity with Wales. I spent a lot of time there when I was a child. And then when I went to university, I went to the University of North Wales. And there's just something about it that I just absolutely love. Absolutely love. See, for me, I've always known the name of the Lady of the Lake was Nimue. But I know that different people have different names for her, so I don't know. Yes, deck review. Yes, deck review. That's cool. I will do a deck review on that one. Mm-hmm. I always get worried because my deck reviews get like no views compared to everything else. So I feel as though people don't like it. But I'm guessing it's just that it's more like my people, you know, my people that come to all the live streams and stuff that do like them. Yeah, see, I always used to be obsessed with that when I was a kid. I used to go to Glastonbury when I was a child, and I had no idea what the rest of it was like. But I loved the Abbey, and I loved the fact that Arthur was believed to have been buried there at some point. And I was fascinated with history when I was a kid. Like, I was not a normal kid, you know, like normal kids like playing outside with other kids. I liked reading a lot and drawing a lot. So I loved going to the Abbey and getting to see that. Whereas now I go to Glastonbury for very different reasons, and I go there for the shops and stuff. Yeah. Would you consider doing a video on a guided meditation? I mean, I definitely would consider that. I don't. I find my own voice exceptionally annoying. I don't know what it is about it. There's just something that's really annoying. So I just assume that everyone else would feel that way. But maybe I should write and do a guided meditation because I have like the mic for it. So maybe I should do that. Who knows? Maybe it'll be a new Patreon thing where I put one on the YouTube channel and every like 6 months or something, I put a new guided meditation up on the Patreon. What is the name of the Arthurian deck? It is the Camelot Oracle. Oh, it jumped. It jumped. No. Yeah, that's true. I think most people that resonate with witchcraft and pagan stuff, we were always really weird. Like everyone I know that also follows a similar path, when they were kids, they used to just read. Like they didn't want to do like things that every other kid seems to want to do. So I think it's just like it's a standard thing, apparently. That is so true, Emily, actually. Like, it's the smell of Star Child. Like, everyone knows the smell once you've been in. Star Child is a smell that everyone remembers. Yeah. It's very weird. Almost every single person that I know that is interested in all of this now. We were all a bit strange and we were all kind of bookworms. And I don't know, we were all just a bit not normal. And usually we would like get bullied and stuff by it. Like I used to spend my lunchtimes as a librarian in the library of like junior school. I used to just be in there and I used to just be reorganizing the books and reading all of the books. And everyone thought it was so weird because they were outside playing games and I was literally just organizing the library because that was what I wanted to do. I was either organizing the library or I was pottering around the flowers. That was my thing. Oh, same. I hate my voice. Yeah, it's something that I think I have to just deal with because I have to edit the videos. But sometimes you get so sick of your own voice. Like there's some videos where I have to edit maybe 3 times to get it right. So like I'll like rough edit once and then I'll edit twice and then I'll edit a third time. And by the time you get to like the second edit, you're like, I never want to hear myself speak ever again. And then here you guys are spending 4 hours listening to me talk. It's impressive. I couldn't do it. I get annoyed at myself after like the first edit. I get annoyed. That is true. Being normal is boring. I was like that in uni though. Like while everyone else was going out to the nightclubs and stuff, I've never been to a nightclub ever. Freaks me out. The floors are sticky. The people are scary. Everything smells weird. I don't like it. So I instead used to spend my late nights in a library, in the local library, looking at the occult books, which, by the way, in North Wales is minimal. Like, I don't know, they had a lot of books on Christianity and Catholicism and all that stuff. They had very few books on anything other than Christian religions. So yeah, I was hunting out occult books at 8 o'clock at night in the library. Do, 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 do. That's really true, actually, Vivian. I really like that way of describing it. It's I don't know what it was like. I never liked children when I was a kid. Wow, that sounds weird. Not what I meant. What I meant was I always hung out with adults. I never liked interacting with other children because they were all daft. Like I don't know what it was. There was something about it where I was able to comprehend things that were going on inside my own head and within my own body and within my own space, while they just didn't seem to notice it. I don't know if that makes any sense. So I spent a large proportion of my time thinking for myself, doing things for myself in my own head, whereas everyone else was outside like screaming at each other and throwing stuff. I don't know. That's just that was just weird, I think. Everything is sticky there. Trust me, you're not missing much. Yeah, I don't know. Everyone's like, yeah, they're so great. I'm like, yeah, but are nightclubs only great because you're drunk? Like, if you went into a nightclub sober, would you still have the same amount of fun? Because I don't think you would. So there was one nightclub in Bangor that was just renowned for its sticky floors, and everyone was like, yeah, come with me. I'm like, no, I'll lose my shoe. I like my shoes, thank you very much. So I was the one that stayed at home, like watching documentaries in my flat while everyone else went clubbing. Yeah, I was always considered serious. I was always told to like be a kid. And I'm like, I don't want to be a kid though, because kids are boring. I was that kid that always wanted to be an adult. I that's just what I was always like. See, I would say that everyone else is odd, but if anything, we seem to be in the minority. What are your views about reincarnation? I think, as far as I have found and the people I know and the things that I have witnessed and seen, for me anyway, it's something that I do believe in to an extent. I think I know too many people that have had past life experiences and know things that they shouldn't know and have felt things that they shouldn't have felt, that it's kind of hard for me to deny it, really, a little bit. 4 going on 40, that is exactly me. 4 going on, well, I'm not 4 anymore, obviously, but going on 40, that's me. That's true. There's a lot more people waking up and turning towards magical practices now, definitely. Like a huge percentage now. It's kind of crazy. The influx of people, for whatever reason, is that TikTok? Is it only exposure or is it understanding? That's what I want to know. Is it just exposure that the practice is getting, or is it actually people that are actually interested? Oh, and I've actually caught up with you guys now. This is a very weird feeling. It's only been 4 hours. This is impressive. I still avoid muggles. I can understand that one. Can you talk about how to dispel extra energy you raise that's left over after your spell work is done? I already have, I think, in the grounding video. You essentially just do it the reverse of grounding. So you put your roots down, and then rather than drawing up energy, you push it back down again. And that way you return the energy back into a neutral space. So it is in that video. I'm not sure how old that video is now, but it's in the beginner witchcraft section, I think. Oh yeah, there's definitely a huge number of people that are jumping on the bandwagon. A huge number. It's really gone through the roof in the past like 2-3 years. It's crazy. But you can always tell, because if you ask someone that's jumped on the bandwagon too many questions, they start getting a bit shifty. I mean, I know people that jump on the bandwagon for the YouTube stuff as well, and you can always spot them. You can spot them from a mile away. If you ask the wrong question or you ask too many questions, it makes them so obvious. I think a lot of people were obsessed with fairies when they were a kid. You know, at least some of us were anyway. See, I was always obsessed with shades. Always, probably because I could always see them. So that was my thing when I was a kid, was shades. And then it was fae much later on. That autocorrect though. And that's typically the way it is. And unfortunately, I mean, in that scenario, it makes a lot of sense. I always get confused by people that say, oh, well, witchcraft is nonsense until I see it working. I'm like, that's a bit close-minded, isn't it? If anything, I'd say that's probably just a spirit of a cat rather than a shade. I'd say anyway. Craziest dream you've had lately? Mine was Eric Northman from the True Blood turning me into a vampire. I don't even know, you know. I have some crazy ass bloody dreams, and they're so random. I just bounce from place to place to place. I think it was moon. I was always obsessed with the moon when I was a kid as well. I actually still have it. I had this plastic moon thing. It never got put on the wall. I always wanted it to be, but it tracked the moon. So you turned it on when it was a full moon and it would display the moon sign, like the moon phase on your wall. I was obsessed with the moon for years. That's the thing, they'll never see it working. If someone says, I'm only going to believe in something if I see it with my own eyes, then they're never going to see anything because they're never giving themselves the chance to really come to terms and acknowledge anything unless they like physically see it. Like, it makes no sense to me. How strange, Laura. It's a very specific combination of things. Shopping centres and dinosaurs. Oh. I am planning on doing that, Kimber. I am. I'm just, it's taking me a while at the moment because I'm so manic to get the books in, to really do a reading, to really read it intently and take notes and jot everything down and weigh up the pros and cons of like 15 to 20 books on a single subject. It's going to take me a while. And at the moment that I don't really have the time. Honestly, don't know. Wait, have you ever seen a fey gate or wall hearth? I don't really know what you would count as a fey gate. Fey wall. I don't know. Because I've seen a lot of fey in-betweens and a lot of fey portals, but I'm not sure if I'd ever consider one to be a gate. Should magic be performed at only your neutral state of mind? Oh God, no. No. As far as I'm concerned, the more emotion that you can put into a working, the more powerful the outcome will be. So if anything, I like being exceptionally emotional one way or another when I do my workings to manifest it. I mean, I've experienced a lot of fey interactions. So sometimes they're just present in the space. A woods where my parents used to be, they had this really weird thing. It was like this circle, natural forming just circle of tree where the branches are just grown in this perfect circle. And there were so many weird fey interactions there. And it was bizarre. So that's probably about as close as I can get to something like a visible gate type thing. But I know just, you never really know where they come from. Stone circles are a big one, I have to say, in that I've always had lots of experiences with Fae where there are stone circles. So there's 2 stone circles in Bangor in North Wales. And I've had so many experiences in Bangor that it's ridiculous. So for me, I would say that stone circles, especially the ones in Bangor, are also portals in some way. This live chat has gotten so calm. Yeah, it's because we're getting on. As soon as you hit past like 4 hours, it starts to get quite chill. Would you ever do a video on draconic magic? At the moment, I probably won't, mainly because I don't have the knowledge to do it. Every video that I make, I want to try and be as knowledgeable as possible. So I'm going to leave the draconic magic, I always say it wrong, to Azura Dragonfeather, because she has got that down. I've never really had much experience with dragons, so I can't really talk about it because I just don't know. I think I mentioned this one earlier. As a solitary eclectic witch, I'm interested in finding a god or goddess to work with. Any tips to go about finding them? I did mention this earlier, but I'll say it again. And that there's kind of 2 ways to go about it. People tend to pick one way or another. One is that you go searching, so you look up different pantheons, different deities in different pantheons, you look up the folklore and the traditions. And if you find one that really resonates with you, you're going to want to attempt to reach out to them, whether that's offerings, during meditation, whatever. Or you can do it the other route where you wait for a deity to call out to you. That's what I did personally, but both ways are equally as valid. Can working with the Fae be as dangerous as some people describe? Oh, completely. The Fae are brutal and they are tricky and they are nasty little fuckers. Not all of them, obviously, but some of them definitely can be. And if anything, I'm quite thankful that more people are discussing how dangerous the Fae can be, because we spent a good decade with people going, oh, they're so cute and everything's fine. When actually the Fae can be nasty little shits. You do have to be really careful with them. Not all of them, the Fae, they don't like to think it because they hate the idea of being like people, but they are a bit like people. Some of them are sweet as anything. Some brownies in particular, you guys know me and my brownies. I love brownies. They're some of the sweetest Fae I've ever had the chance to work with. Absolutely lovely sweethearts. Not all of them, obviously, but a lot of them are. And then you get sometimes it's based on almost species. So, what am I saying with this? So I personally have found that almost every boggart, almost every single one I've had the chance to interact with, has not been nice. Whereas almost every brownie that I have worked with has been lovely. And then it goes kind of beyond species level, and then you get the individuals. It's a bit like how not every, Australian person is nice. Some of them are going to be nasty. The same applies to the Fae. So some Fae species under the category will be lovely, some won't be, and so on. Oh, working with all spirits can be just as dangerous as working with demons. The demons get a bad reputation. It's the same with demons. Some demons are absolutely lovely. They're sweethearts. Some of them are nasty as shit. They're just categories. And unfortunately, people give demons a bad reputation and believe that all demons are horrible and nasty and dangerous when they aren't. But equally, a lot of the time, the Fae are believed to be all cute and pretty and nice, and they can be nasty, horrible things sometimes. So I'd say always take caution when working with any and all spirits, even human spirits, even ghosts, Fae, demons, angels, wherever it might be. You can always get that one or that 100 that are nasty and horrible. So you do always have to be careful. Nasty ones, they can do whatever they want. Honestly, it depends. It's a bit like saying, what does a bad person do? Well, what do you class as a bad person? Everyone has their different variety of nasty. So you find Fae when they're pissed off, they steal things and they move things and they pull things out of the way and they just mess with stuff. Some Fae will purposefully try to scare the living daylights out of you. They will throw things, they will break things. And it really entirely depends on the Fae. If you have a Fae living in this realm, it might do nasty things just physically. But if you end up over there, they can do anything they really want over on their side. So it's a bit like saying, what does a person do when they're angry? Well, that entirely depends on the person. But I like the fact now, I actually really appreciated that more people are talking about how dangerous it is. Because, it's obviously not all of them, but I feel you almost have to scare people into not doing terrible decisions, You almost have to scare people into not working with them if they're just going to be irrational with it. I've been wary of the Fae since I was a child. Yes, some people definitely are. And I think it's definitely worth being wary of them. Some of them, brownies, lovely. Absolutely sweetheart. Some of them are absolutely lovely, but some, not so much. Ceridwen called out to me, not sure if it's actually Ceridwen or just my grandmother trying to heal things with me. You can always do divination. See if you can do it that way. See what happens. Are spirits drawn to some people more than others? Yeah, I'd say so. There are definitely some people that attract Fae more than others, whether that's because of underlying gifts or whether they just notice it more. I know people that maybe don't realize that there are spirits around them, but there are. And I know people that are open to spirits and have no spirits around them. So I think it very much depends on your energy and your vibration and what you attract. here's the thing, right? So the whole principle of the not eating the food is that the Fae have their own realm, right? So they are spiritual beings in our realm. Doesn't mean they're spiritual beings in their realm. We are often considered spiritual beings when we astral project to other realms. We become spirit, but in our realm, we're physical. And there's lots of stories of people. I mean, I know people personally that travel across to the fairy realm. Basic rules: don't eat anything, don't drink anything. A lot of the folk tales, I always talk quite a lot about doing your research on the folk tales, learn the history of people interacting with the fairies. And there's a lot of stories of people, sorry, my throat is wrecked after 4 hours of talking, people going over to their realm and they drink the water or they eat the food and they're stuck there. And for them, it might feel like an hour, but in the real world, 10 years has gone past. And it's very much a case of, it's when you go over to their realm, it's rare, especially now. It was less rare before, but don't eat anything, don't drink anything, and by God, don't speak unless you're spoken to. It's a terrible idea. But then it really all depends on the type of fae that you're working with. Any idea why a spirit would interrupt or prevent astral travel? Depends what the spirit is and why it's there. I mean, it could be for your own protection. It could be trying to keep you grounded. It could be because it needs to interact with you here. You know, there's lots of reasons. If the fae in your home or area are angry, what should we do to make them less angry? I mean, within the home, leaving offerings is typically good. House fae typically like things like honey, milk, bread, that kind of stuff, so you can leave offerings. And just be respectful of them. You often find that fae in an area are angry because people are littering and destroying their location, or people have forgotten them, so picking up litter is always good. But just being respectful to them. If you see one, if you know that they're around, you know, always be respectful of them. And that's probably the fastest way to easily do it without kind of jumping headfirst in. You said that some demons are sweethearts. Have you ever met any that are nice? I mean, I've met some that are lovely, yeah. And I know of a particular person that works with demons all the time, and some of them are nowhere near as nasty as you think they are. It's probably less well spoken about because it's less interesting to have a demon that's friendly, you know. Everyone always wants a demon to be nasty and horrible. If I have an oracle deck with the fairies, do I have to leave them an offering? As in, it has fairies on it? Or you're doing readings with the fae? I mean, there's so many things wrong with this a little bit. Okay, when you work with the fae, are rituals similar to working with other spirits, as in evocation and invocation, or does each fae do things differently? Oh, please don't invoke a fae. Don't do that. It's not good. Don't bring it into yourself. Not a good idea. Also, not a good idea to evoke them either. They're not happy if you just summon them into your space and they don't want to be there. It's always better to form a personal relationship with them and invite them into your circle rather than forcing them to be there. And every single fae variety is going to be different. So you're going to have to always form a personal relationship first. So a brownie is going to act very different from a boggart, then a hobgoblin, then a red cap, then an elf. You know, they're all going to have their own different way of doing it. Some are going to be way more strict than others. So elves, no bueno, not a good idea. Not a good idea. They're very prim and proper, and they like doing things their own way, and they won't work with you unless you do it on their terms. Whereas brownies and house spirits, they're a little bit more free-spirited, surprising really, considering they're house spirits. They're a little bit more go with the flow, but then it really all depends on the spirit that you're working with and the individual personality of every single spirit. Thoughts on magical names? Do you use one? I have used them in the past. I do have one that I use in higher ceremonies, but I don't typically use one. I think a lot of people now are I don't know what it is. It seems to be this trending thing where everyone wants to find their craft name, and they want to know what type of witch they are, and they want to know if they've got witch heritage, and they want to jump in. And I don't know, a lot of the times now it's used in a way that it wasn't originally designed to be used with. But I think in certain situations they can be useful, especially in covens and ritual purposes. Is alcohol a good offering to the fae? It entirely depends on the fae. Some will like it, some probably won't. A lot of the time, offerings to the fae vary based on where they are. So water fae are going to be having different offerings than elves, than pixies, than goblins, and so on. They're all going to be slightly different. So it's important that you do research on the folklore of each different variety before you kind of start working with them. How do you suppose a deceased spirit... Wait, it jumped. No! Where was I? How do you suppose a deceased person's spirit communicates through a spirit board? I have doubt because my family and I have a very long history with them. However, I'm always wondering. Okay, so typically, when it comes to working with spirit boards and pendulums and stuff, when working with spirits, people often say that it's you that's moving it. And I suppose the answer is it is. When you're using a spirit board and when you're using pendulums for it, the purpose is that you allow the spirit to communicate through you, through your hands. So you are allowing the spirit to direct where your hands move, or where the collective hands move. And in which case, it is difficult if you don't trust everyone that you're working with, that they aren't moving it themselves. But if you trust everyone in your group and you're all on the same page, and you are getting these repeated results, then I think they're perfectly valid. It's all about that. It's about allowing that spirit to work with you. Same with pendulum divination. If you're working with spirits, a lot of people are like, oh yeah, but you're moving it. It's like, yeah, but that's the whole point. You're permitting a spirit to use your personal energy in order to move, whether that's the planchette, whether that's the cup, whether that's the glass or the pendulum, whatever it might be. Have you eaten recently, Hearth? Yeah, I ate before I came on the stream. Tips on how to sense energy more. Practice your centering. Practice. Start centering, then start moving it into your hands and come back again. Because the way you easily sense energy outside of yourself is you have to push your energy out and then draw it back in again. So you have to be able to sense your own energy by something like centering and meditation. Then you have to learn how to move your energy. And then once you can push your energy out and pull it back in again, you can then sense the energy that's all around you. Can you recommend any books on the Fae? It's interesting to learn something new. I know from working with elementals can cause havoc. Also, if you don't banish them, yes. So I have a few that I really like. So I have this one, which is A Complete Guide to Fairies and Magical Beings by Cassandra Eason. That one is pretty decent. When working with fairies and when studying them, I always recommend doing research on their folklore. So there's two really good books on the subject. One of them is down here, which is The Fairy Faith in Celtic Countries. This is actually not mine, so I'm going to be careful with it. This is a business one. But that's a really good book for the folklore. And there's also another one called Fairy Legends that is wonderful. I always recommend looking at the folklore because nowadays fairy interactions are not well documented like they were. And so it's always good to look back. How would you define demons? For me anyway, demons are a collection of spirits that reside within a separate plane that contains what people would describe as demons. Similar to how the Fae are a collection of spirits that all come from a similar plane that are then called Fae. There's lots of different levels when it comes to demons. You get some that reside here, you get some that reside over there, but they all have kind of similar characteristics that kind of flow through them, or they all exist in the same plane. So you end up with a bunch of demons that are kind of lower demons, and then you get demons that are like the princes and the lords, which are like their whole other separate thing. It's a bit of a crazy hierarchical system over there. No, you don't have to leave an offering if it just has spirits on it, like fairies on it, no. No, unless you're like working with them directly, you don't need to leave an offering. Any holistic books that you'd recommend? I'm in college to get vet degree and to become a holistic vet. I can't say that word. I've never been able to say veterinarian. I don't know. I personally don't know of any holistic books myself, mainly because I focus primarily on the kind of occultism, witchcraft side, unfortunately. I do have such long live streams. You are very right. Oh, no, it doesn't make a difference. It jumps my mouse anyway, and it'll delete the highlight. I've already tried. It is invocation to an extent when it comes to spirits, but it's important when you're doing it to always set your boundaries and set your protections so that you aren't letting something in, if that makes any sense. So you're allowing them to work with the energy of your hands to move things, instead of what a lot of people will jump to when it's invocation. They'll just be like, just take over, just do whatever you want. And that's a terrible idea. So it's kind of a level of invocation without being full invocation. Do the Fae work well with other spirits? Well, that's entirely up to them. Like, it's a bit like saying, do I work well with other people? It's like, well, I do sometimes, but not most of the time. But then you might have a different answer to that. So when working with all spirits, I'd always recommend forming a connection with them first to know what they like and what they dislike. It's probably the first way to go about that, because then you get to know of the Fae and get to know kind of what they appreciate and what they don't. What can you do with snake skin in spells, Hearth? Well, you would use snake skins in transformation workings, mainly because of the whole, metamorphosis process of just shedding the skin and being renewed. So it's often good. People often use them in health workings. They use them in negative workings as well. There's so many different things, because every single person and every single culture has a different association with snakes. So for some, it's a very positive association, but for others, it's a really negative association. So it really entirely depends on what you feel relates to snakes, and also the culture and everything that you are working with. I call the fairies to come to the light so I can see while tending a fire. Then during the next fire, a face was revealed in a photo taken of me tending a fire. Your thoughts? Because doesn't seem very Fae-like. It's probably maybe a spirit. It depends. Was it just in the photograph, or was the face in the fire? I mean, fairies, they don't really do what you tell them to do. They're more likely to fuck off if you tell them to come to you. You know what I mean? They're a bit like, screw you, human. I don't know. It's difficult because it depends where the photo, like where the face was in the photo and what it looked like. Because often it's spirits or it's reflective light. That's the other thing when it comes to fires, is photos taken of fires often show faces outside of the fire, but it's the light reflecting off the lens. Because I've had that scare a couple of times, then I realized what it was. If you work with crystals, what are your go-to crystals? Quartz, hands down, quartz. Use it for everything, absolutely everything. But I like citrine, I like tigerite, I like obsidian and black tourmaline. I like smoky quartz and fuchsite. I like a bunch of different crystals. I have a giant container of them. I just pick and choose. But usually I go for quartz more than anything else because it's so easy to program it. But do you know anything about Daniel or Konos? No, I don't. Not really. I am kind of slowly learning a little bit more about Konos, or I can't. He hasn't come forward yet to tell me whether he's Konos or whether he's Pan. It begins with H. I don't know what his name is. He hasn't told me yet who he is, so I don't really know right now. Any advice for sustainably sourced crystals? Don't buy them cheap. Fastest thing. If Hearn, that's it. He hasn't told me yet who he is, whether he's Konos, Hearn, or Pan. So there's that. Any advice for sustainably sourced crystals would be don't buy cheap. Never buy cheap. Cheap crystals, cheap labor. Not a good idea. If it looks too good to be true, it probably is. Also, you usually find that bulk crystals, as in places like Amazon that just sell huge quantities of crystals at really cheap prices. Not a good idea. They're usually always not sustainably sourced. Shop small, because they are usually the people that have the best interest in sustainably sourced crystals. Facing the hot cold, I thought the same, that they wouldn't appreciate. I wouldn't say that it's the Fae personally, just from experience with working with them. But of course, the Fae there might be considerably different to the Fae that I have around here. What's the most complex working you have ever performed during your magical journey? We have done, I say we because it was with a coven, we've done a large abundance and prosperity working that involved like 30 people and a bunch of like onlookers in a stone circle on a full moon at, I forget, it wasn't Letha, it couldn't have been Letha, Beltane, maybe it was Beltane. Maybe it was Beltane. I lose track of when it was. But that was really complicated because it had a lot of ritualistic aspects, ritual gear, ritual tools, huge number of people in a singular space doing a single thing with a giant fire. It was really, really cool, really intricate and interesting. Most interesting ritual I've done, I think, so far, anyway. How do you know if your angel spirits are with you? I don't really know because I don't work with angels. Besides, you are likely going to see them in dreams. You're likely going to see them in meditations. You might have signs of them in and around your space. So that's probably a good option. Can anything be a pendulum? Oh yeah, anything. Anything. A pendulum is basically just a weighted object at the end of a length of cord or chain. As long as it's free swinging and it doesn't just swing in one direction or another, as long as it's free swinging, it can be a pendulum. So you can really turn anything into a pendulum, absolutely anything. Right, we're nearly coming up to 5 hours. I think I'm going to wrap the live stream up soon. Plus, I really have to pee. And I don't want to have to get up again and leave you to your own devices. So if anyone has any kind of last minute questions, feel free to put them in. And I will definitely answer those. But we do also have the Discord server. So if you do end up with any questions whatsoever after the live stream, feel free to put them in the Discord server. And someone, maybe me, maybe someone else, will get back to you. I've got lots of amazing practitioners in the Discord server that always are happy to answer questions. So, oh, thank you so much, Ellie. You're way too sweet. I always put on funny noises because I'm terrible at taking compliments. I got my crystals from a hoarder's, cleaned them, and charged them from raw to cut ones. Is there anything else I should do? Depends on what you want to use them for. You can always give them a cleanse if you haven't already, but honestly, that's probably about it. And then you can just start using them if you connect with them. It has pretty much gone, actually, my headache, yeah. It only took 5 hours, you know. Can the face seek you out like spirits can? Oh, yeah, completely. Yeah. They can basically do anything that any other spirit can do, except they're probably slightly trickier to work with. Where do spirit guides fit into the whole realm of other beings? Because they aren't far, nor angels or deities. So what are they? Aren't fae or angels or well, it's difficult. The idea of spirit guides very much depends on who you are and who your guides are. Because for some people, spirit guides are ancestors. For other people, spirit guides are fae, or they are familial spirits, or they are animal spirits. Like spirit guides very much vary depending on the person. So the realm that they belong to also very much depends. Yes, yeah, if anyone sent a super chat, then I'll have that. And thank you very much for anyone that did send a super chat. I really, really appreciate it. Because especially now with all of the disaster that's happening in the world, it's getting a little crazy. So I really, really appreciate it, anyone that's done that. What topics within witchcraft do you like talking about the most and the least? I don't know. I don't think I've got a least necessarily. Sometimes it gets frustrating when I answer the same question like 10 times. But least I think is deities. because every deity is different. So I can't give there's no generalization when it comes to deities. And so it's very difficult sometimes to talk about, oh, thank you so much, Lizzie. Thank you so, so much. It's very difficult to talk about deities kind of generally because they're all very, very different. My favorite topics are actually probably fae and spirits and shades and shadow people and ancestors and all that kind of stuff. That's probably kind of my favorite topics to talk about. Oh, everyone is so lovely. Thank you guys so, so much. I really, really appreciate it because some of you guys have been on from the very, very start, and that is dedication. So thank you very much if you have been on here from the very, very start. I do have another video coming out on Wednesday. I'm just not quite sure whether it's going to be a reaction video or whether it is going to be an elements video. One of the two. Keep an eye out for that. Also, if you like the whole alternative style and talking about the whole makeup thing, like seeing how I did this, because this is a video that I'm going to be putting up, the double different colored eye stuff. Or if you're any of the people that have asked me for makeup videos, please check out the other channel. It's just Hex, yeah. Posting on there will be sporadic, but it's a little more chill than my main channel. It's a bit more casual. So yeah, thank you guys. We should talk about shadow people next time. That would be really great. If you watched the last live stream, there was like an hour of that at the end. What was I trying to say there? Of shades at the end. And the runes video. Yes, I am having to redo the runes video. My color balance on my camera was completely wrong when I filmed that video. And you actually can't see what any of the runes are. So I'm definitely going to have to refilm that one and put that on the channel as well. Righty-ho, I really have to pee. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, feel free to give it a like. I really, really appreciate it. The Hatman, yes, the Hatman was on the last live stream in the last hour. So if you want to go and listen to that, that is on the channel as well. It's a long one though, so be prepared. It's 6 hours. That was a long-ass live stream. So thank you guys so much for coming on tonight. Thank you so much for getting me to 40,000 subscribers. You guys are legit like my favorite people on earth. You guys are amazing. I really, really appreciate it. So if you did, feel free to like this video. I really appreciate it. Check out the Discord server if you do come up with any questions that you want to know. The link is in the description box. And I will see you, hopefully, on Wednesday. Right, I'm going to go pee now because I really have to pee. Right, I'll see you guys soon. And now I'm going to blast Bloody Valentine to get it out of my head because I really have to do that. Right, thank you guys so much, and I will see you. I'll see you soon. I'm terrible at goodbyes. This is why the ending of my videos, I edit it like 5 times. Right, okay. Bye, guys, and thank you very much to my moderators. I don't know who is on, whether Lance is still on or Phil, but thank you so, so much. I really appreciate it. Okay, right, I'm going to go now. Right, bye. Bye-bye. Right, sorry, I'm going to stop being weird.